It is 5 o'clock. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Yes, this is for the budget. Superintendent, will you please do the introduction?
Absolutely. Thank you, Vice President Farah. I'd like to call to the microphone Mr. Ben Reck, our Associate Superintendent of Finance, to begin our presentation for this evening. Mr. Eric.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Been quite a few weeks.
Yes.
And I was reflecting just for a moment to get us started. Obviously, the result that we're seeing was not what we wanted to see, but I am reminding myself that there are a lot of districts that probably wish that they were in Kent's financial position right now. So we have a lot to be thankful for, even if we do have to fully confront, discuss what we're looking at. But I wanted to start off on what I think is an appropriately positive note overall. And I have just some stage setting here, a lot of content to get through, but some of it is intended to be fairly click through in the sense that you can spend as much time with it, but they're not discussion slides, let's put it that way. So I will move quickly through kind of the first quartile, if you will, that have some slides that you're fairly accustomed to seeing. And then towards the end, we get into some budget and staffing considerations. And then I also, literally as of today, was compiling some information for you with regards to the bond and discussions about next steps, even if it's very general in nature, just more calendar related than anything else. I don't have a clicker. You're the clicker?
I'm the clicker, or you're...
I think I'd rather be here, so would you mind doing the,
I'm happy to...
please, the next slide. Thank you. Okay, so I thought it would be interesting and helpful to take a look at exactly 1 year ago today, we were right here doing this presentation. And that slide that you see is the slide that we concluded on last year. And so it's always helpful for me to reground myself in what I've said before and where we're at now and whether I feel like there's consistency and a plan. And so I feel good about where we are now relative to what we talked about exactly 1 year ago. So last year we were talking about our staffing levels relative to timely enrollment. We were talking about a stair-step approach even then. We were talking about the kind of iterative use of ESSER funds over a period of time. And we were making the distinction between being in a strong cash positive situation in the moment versus forecasting for concerns in the future. And we talked about the capital projects fund. You'll see the last bullet there. We were talking about what we were going to do, which seems very apropos to the results of today. So getting into this year's presentation, I want to talk about our budget situation in 5 chunks. The first is I'll do some brief current year updates on spending. Then we'll get into what we believe are our preliminary revenue estimates. I break that up as to local, state, and federal. Depending on which level we're talking about, we know more or less, and I'll be clear about that. Then we also had legislative sine die last Sunday, and I've compiled as much information as I could furiously over the last few days, and I have a good chunk of information for you. Would prefer to spend probably more time on that because some of those are really actually quite impactful to us. So I'll move through quickly in the beginning and more discussion towards the end, unless the board directs me otherwise. We have some information to look at with regards to bonds, and then there's some closing thoughts strategically moving forward. Next slide, please. So we're at that April 26th second work session, and the next work session will be June 28th. But this is where we're at in the calendar. Next slide, please. And then, of course, another thing that's noteworthy here is that as we are going through this budget process, we're also in a spirited re-engagement of our strategic plan and trying to restructure what we're doing to align very seriously to a approach of multi-tiered supports for students and aligning central office to that core function and developing sophisticated progress monitoring to know exactly how our kids are doing. And that theme is absolutely part of what you're going to hear about today in terms of making sure that staff understand that that is the core goal and that we're aligned to that. Next slide, please. So first thing we're going to talk about enrollment. Back one, please. So this slide just shows that we're tracking pretty closely to the 2021 school year. I'm not totally sure why that is, but I was hoping to kind of, in prior years, we've held a little bit more steady in March and April than we are this year, so we've lost some kiddos for whatever reason in those spring months, but we're just a hair over 24,000 at this moment. Next slide, please. That's okay. So this slide just tries to give you a sense for, I would concentrate your eyes to the far left and the two bars to the far left. And I apologize that the number is kind of blocked out by the dark blue color there. But essentially what I want you to get from this is the far left column, bar chart, is showing what we are projecting for enrollment next year, okay? And then the bar chart immediately to the right of that one is where we're at as of March of this year. You following that? So we're almost identical, right? So that means that we're not really projecting a big increase or decrease, okay? So as of March, we were at 24,120, I believe that says. And we're projecting 24,192, so about a plus 70-ish, okay? So very close. For budgeting purposes, we are not projecting either a large increase or large decrease in enrollment. Next slide, please. Now, there's more than one way to look at enrollment. So we're not necessarily projecting a large increase in the number of students, but what we do see happening, and what a number of districts are seeing happening in the region, is the types of students that we are serving is changing. And if the types of students that we're serving is changing, sometimes that can have an influence on your service delivery model and the types of revenues you get. So for example, here are three programs: our TBIP program, our inclusive education program, which is a state called special education, and our LAT program, right? In each case, so the blue is last budget, the orange is this budget. And we're seeing, you know, some pretty substantial increases. So for example, our free and reduced price lunch projected number is the highest it will have been for the last 6 years. So you're seeing LAP units increase, right? So is our overall enrollment increasing? No. Is the composition of our enrollment changing? Yes.
Quick
right?
question on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the number of free and reduced and the percentage of it changing purely because of the demographic of the students, or because of anything changing with how free and reduced is calculated?
I believe it's the former.
Okay, just wanted to verify.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then, so also in inclusive education, you're seeing that Tier 2 is down slightly. This is all projected, right? Tier 2 is down slightly, but Tier 1, which is the more intensive, that's the students that spend 80% of or more of their time in a, right, is up. So just note that when we get later in the presentation, I start talking about increasing revenues. We anticipate seeing some increasing revenues because the composition of our students has changed. So our revenue will increase, so will our service costs, and it will be essentially kind of a offsetting situation. Next slide, please. Okay. All right, do some quick current year budget updates. We're tracking pretty closely again to the 21-22 year, and our current fund balance sits at $55.2 million, which is pretty much what I expect it to be, and I think for as long as we continue to have the ESSER money to claim, we will pretty much continue to track, because that's what the ESSER money is doing, is helping us backfill to what we were previously at, essentially. Next slide, please. So remember this slide. I know it looks complicated, but it's not, and it's actually important. So remember, this is the slide where, just imagine you are a household and you make $50,000 of salary, okay, in your household. But you have $55,000 of expenses every year. So you're slightly, so to speak, underwater every year. Now, you might have money in the savings account to make you whole every year, but your expenses are a little higher than your revenue, right? So in that example, if you had $50,000 in salary and you had expenses of 55, that'd be about a 0.8, right? Or excuse me, 0.9, sorry. And so that's what that red jagged line at the bottom is doing, is it's saying what would our reality be without the ESSER dollars, and what would that ratio be, okay? It's another way of illustrating this point that we've been hitting pretty much every board meeting. Next slide, please. Okay, got lots of staffing slides for you this board meeting. You've seen this one before, but this is just the classified and certificated that we've reported for the last 5 years, and you'll note that it's a steady incline. Next slide, please. And then the next two slides are detailed, disaggregated 2-year looks. So if you go back to the slide we were on for just a second. So that's 5 years of summarized, right? Blue bar certificated, orange bar classified for 5 years. Then the next slide, only 2 years, but it breaks out the nature of the staffing. Does that make sense? So what this is going to show, the numbers are going to tie back to the slide you just saw, but this breaks out, the colors are not really popping there, are they?
Could you maybe,
I really can't even.
Can you,
can't read those ones.
do you have this on your?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's even
Okay,
hard to read it.
so
here.
what it's-
Even-
Kinda hard
even
on here.
harder
So
to
what
read
it's,
here
oh, is it, okay.
and over there.
I'll just walk you through it.
please?
So the gray bar, the one that stacks out the best there, so that is the total certificated FTE. That's everybody that's certificated in the district, right? And you're comparing fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23, and you see an increase, right? Now let's move over one, right? Now the one, the next one, that's kind of a lame, it's so much brighter on my.
Yeah, whatever that color is, yeah.
That's total certificated instructional staff. Remember, the first bar was all cert, so that will include administrators that are certificated.
Uh-huh.
The second bar is certificated instructional staff, okay?
Okay.
And then you can compare last year to this year. Notice an increase, okay? And then the last one is only certificated instructional staff that are coded directly to classrooms. So you get three different iterations: total cert, certificated instructional, and then coded to classrooms.
So certificated instructional includes coaches, librarians, counselors.
It's anybody who's
so it's
certified
not
as.
in the classroom.
That's right.
That's what we're calling certificated,
Instructional staff, that's what the state calls.
The peachy color.
That's
peachy,
correct.
okay.
including classroom teachers. And then the green, I think I'm colorblind because I don't even see that color.
Right, that.
Is
green.
is classroom teachers specifically, not librarians or anything.
Yeah.
Just those who teach in
Specifically,
the
it's activity code 27. That's
Okay,
that, for people that know what that means.
What is
It's
that?
like- So it's classroom teachers,
Okay,
basically.
Okay.
So I like that chart because it reminds you that not all certificated people,
right.
right, are classroom teachers. There's different ways to slice that, and you get to get a sense of, okay? And then the next slide does that for certificated as well. How about this? I will get you a more animated, colored version of this that you can actually have and see the, the classified staff version is conceptually the same as what I just gave you for the certificated. Basically showing, okay, we have at least 4 or 5 different groups of classified staff, right? I'm a classified staff person, right? There's lots of classified staff people in schools, or, you know, there's lots of different, so it provides a way of breaking down that category. And then the final,
Because I can't see it, the green is, can you explain what all the colors are? Because I can't even see it on this.
all right, this is gonna,
Non-school,
all right.
district-wide.
So You have classified staff people in school locations, and that's the light blue,
The very top.
okay?
Okay.
You have classified positions in district-wide support, Program 97. This is mostly central office classified staff, okay?
What color is that one?
That is the, shall we say, the mauve green?
Could you just
Okay.
give us the numbers instead of going with the color?
Sure. So, let me see if I can go in reverse order here. Program 99 transportation is the top blue, so that's like the 96,
Thank you.
right?
Okay, so.
Nutrition services is the pink color, and that's 67-ish,
Yep.
right? Then you're at district-wide support, okay, which is that's kind of a wide collection, but it's basically anybody that's not in those two programs and is coded to Program 97. It's generally administrative support that's typically not assigned to schools, okay? And then you got school location, which is the green. Now, the remaining yellow is kind of an other category. There's a lot of things in yellow. It's kind of hard to, I'll have to kind of separately break that out for you. But those four are conceptually distinct. And if you would like a detailed breakdown of that, I could
I would,
separately.
because I guess I'm a little surprised, and maybe I shouldn't be, of the 289.65 compared to the 481.27 of school compared to district, and maybe I'm just not understanding what's all in that district.
All right,
And,
okay.
Yeah.
How about I commit to getting back to you on that, because I don't have any more information than what I got now.
perfect, yeah, no,
Plus,
that's fair.
we got a ton of content, okay.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
All right, revenue projections, next slide, please. Go to the next slide if you would, and then the next one. Okay, so this is a reminder, and this is why we're gonna spend a little time on legislative update. When it comes to our revenue, it's really a state game. So you'll see that our local revenue, it tends to hover in the 15% range. Our federal revenues tend to hover in the 10 to 15% range. But when you're looking at state general purpose and state special purpose, we've always been kind of at right around 70%. So the reason I pay so much attention to this, to the legislature, is they're kind of it, like, as they change our revenue sources, they are making changes to our largest revenue source. And changes to our local revenue source pale in comparison to some of these changes. So with that, let's look first at the local situation. This is our local EP&O levy, okay? And so remember, we went out for an EP&O levy, it's been 18 months now, I think. And the voters authorized 76.25 million. So that little dotted line represents that is the amount the voters authorized, so there's no more to collect, right? So we're capped at what the voters authorized for the period of our existing EP&O levy. So there's no growth to be had from our local levy. That's not one of the revenue sources we're expecting to grow under our current approved levy, okay?
And that's coming from that local tax, 15 points.
That's right. When we went to the voters, we said 76.25 million. We cannot collect more than that. We're close to that now, so, it's capped. It is what it is.
How long, when
We
does
went
that
out for a 2-year levy, so,
levy.
and actually, that's the final slide. We're gonna get into the timing of the various.
Sorry to,
No, it's okay. That's actually one of the most significant parts of the thing I wanted to get to, so. The next slide is, I realize that's a lot, and when we looked at that, we're like, okay, that's not gonna work. So we created another slide, which is the next slide. So this just gives you the data, okay? And what it does is it says, okay, from what we know now, even adjusted for what the legislature just did, what do we think, preliminarily, what do we think our revenue increases are gonna be? So we think it's gonna be a little short of 5%. Now remember, the COLA was 3.7%, right? the sub rates have gone up, so that accounts for some of it. So beyond that, there's a few things that, that have happened. A special education formula change, which we're gonna talk about. But this is when I wanna refer you back to the chart we already talked about in terms of the types of students we're serving. So we're gonna, to the extent that we've had a higher free and reduced, we will see commensurately higher lap funding. To the extent that we have more TBIP students in program, we will receive. So you see that some of those 4155, 4121, and 4165, you'll see each one of those are growing, but they're growing not because they increased the funding, they're growing just simply as a function of our caseload in those programs.
And is that, Director Rarick, is that not just kind of flush in and out?
In a sense, I mean, you're serving more students, that's gonna cost more, you're getting more revenue, it's not a windfall, right? So it is more cost to the program because you have more students qualifying for services, especially in special education.
Right.
And so you're getting an amount from the state that never really fully captures the full cost of what we're incurring on this side, right?
Yeah.
So they're giving us $1, we're spending $1.30, that kind of thing.
And are we getting anywhere close to caps for the district?
For special education, we are not
No.
near the cap at this time.
Okay.
And they changed the formula.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's way, I mean, it's,
But
Yeah.
it's, I mean, I know a lot of districts are.
Yes, and that's why there was such a big legislative push to change that cap. That just didn't happen to be something that Kent will benefit from. There's other parts that we're gonna talk about that we do benefit from.
Okay, thank you.
So this just captures that, you know, there's three ways to look at it. We can get new revenue because we get different types of students, i.e. more TBIP students means more TBIP revenue. Of course, we get COLA amounts every year, and to the extent that the COLA percentage is larger, it shows us as getting more revenue, but we send that right back out, right? So the third category is the true increase. So it's rare when the legislature actually increases for a program, but doesn't change the expectations of the program. And so we are gonna receive more money for special education, but they did not materially change the expectations of us providing the service. So that's a true, actual increase in funding, and we're gonna be talking about how that will be deployed here in a second.
You're gonna
Next
talk
slide.
about COLA and how COLA is gonna benefit when we talk about what happened in the legislative session, right?
Go ahead.
Because that also, no, we can talk about it later, but is that gonna be brought up too, when we talk about legislative?
Will you remind me not to forget it?
Okay. yes.
Let's bring it up in that section. Federal revenue is mostly an unknown at this point, but there is one thing I want to point out. There is a relationship between our Title I school designations and this new state law on the community eligibility provision, the CEP, the free lunch, the free meals program. So to the extent that the legislature requires us to identify more schools as participating in CEP, those schools de facto become part of our rank ordering in Title I. So we're gonna have some schools that will be new Title I schools as a result. And it looks like right now it's Meeker and Covington will be the participating CEP schools. And so that's a real life impact on our district that we didn't learn about until Sunday. You know, like,
Yep.
so that's why you gotta pay attention to these things. Like it's a requirement for next year. Next slide, please. Okay, legislative update. I've got a fair amount here. The first slide is just meant to highlight the fact that the legislature has given themselves a bit of a pat on the back by saying that they have increased the K-12 budget by 8.8%, which they are advertising as the largest investment since the McCleary Court decision. Two very significant caveats to that. The first is, it happens to coincide with a major influx of federal COVID money. In the same way that we received COVID money, the state received COVID money and now is relying on that COVID money to prop up some of their basic investments in schools. So when we talk about our cliff, the state also has their cliff. So I'm wondering about the collision of cliffs here in a couple of years. Okay. And the other thing that caught my eye is that they have now built in an assumption in their budget about recovering money from school districts. So they have budgeted for recovering $65 million back from districts. So they're relying upon districts not spending all that is allocated to them, and then they're assuming. I'm a little worried about that. I'm worried about the incentive structure for the state to kind of benefit from creating programs that increase recoveries, if that makes sense. That's just noted for the record. Here's a list of the major financial differences in the K-12 budget. I'm not going to go over all of them, but I picked 3. Okay, the first one is the special education formula change. So they invested $372 million for the state. Okay, I know you're going to ask me what it means for Kent. We don't know what it means for Kent just yet, but it will mean some additional funds for Kent. They did 3 things. They increased the cap, they increased the multipliers, and they improved safety net access. And we'll get into, there's a slide on that. The about 5 down is the child nutrition, the SEP program. So they've now expanded the scope of that program. I know the board members are fond of that program. That's continuing to grow. So more and more schools now will be in a free lunch environment. Okay, but as I've said, there's impacts to us beyond that. And so we're scrambling to figure out the Title I side of things. And so it's important that we learn that and act on it as soon as possible.
For example, when I look at, district like Auburn District, most of their, it's free reduced lunch. Their schools are free lunch.
Yeah.
What is the difference between that school district and our school district?
It just depends on how many schools meet a certain threshold of, it's a formula. I forget what the name of it is, but it's essentially a proxy for free and reduced price lunch. It's a measure of income, right? And schools that exceed that threshold are either, in this bill, there's a 2-tiered thing. You're either required now to participate in SEP, and we got those 2 schools that are required. And then there's another threshold where schools are eligible but not required. And so our 2 schools, regardless of what happens, we will be moving on these 2 schools because the law now requires that. So Auburn may have more percentage of their schools that meet that threshold.
But their whole district is.
They may have done that.
Decision, though.
Yeah, they may have done that.
Decision, and that's what I'm trying to get at.
They may have done that voluntarily.
But why can we not do that?
I don't truly know Auburn's situation.
Okay.
I really don't know. If you want me to take a look or.
Please, yeah, because the thing is, if other districts can do that, then we should look into it and see that then this thing about, this school qualifies, we have to do that.
Yeah.
This school does not qualify, so that is what I'm saying, is that it makes it easier for all of us.
Yes, we would love that.
Right.
I think it might have to do, and is Randy here? Do you know the answer to this? Because I think it may have something to do with like the critical mass of schools being eligible and therefore the whole district.
Okay.
Right? But I'll come back with a written, like, what's going on in Auburn email for you. Okay.
I have one more. But the boundary changes for next year that are planned, will
Yep.
that have any effect on which schools?
Yes. Yes, it will. So schools are grandfathered in if their composition changes as a result of the boundary. So you're not going to have schools in and out
Okay.
of SEP, but it might, I don't know if it factored into the 2 new schools, but so it swings one way. You can't be taken out, but you could be taken in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's-
You're grandfathered in for a certain number of years because they don't want schools popping in and out of the program
Right.
if
Sure.
they're, right.
I was just wondering if we had any additional schools added because of.
I know that these are the
boundaries.
2 schools that are impacted. I don't know if they were impacted because of the reboundary. Does
Okay.
that make
fair.
sense?
One thing I can share, Director Margill, is that Mr. Eric's talking about, not about what Title I and LAP and the formulas we use to provide allocations. It comes into play because of rank order, and he shared that. Meaning, we cannot fund a school with a higher free and reduced percentage regardless if we're doing it as a whole or in the allocations that we are giving under Title I. And so it's like Mr. Eric said, you really have to keep track of this especially when you do a boundary shift, to see what impact that makes on the total free reduced lunch.
And it's a very significant
Or the
change for
district.
us.
Yeah.
I mean, it's important to lots of teams in this district. As soon as they learn this, boom, you got 5 teams working to figure out what are the various impacts of that.
I was just trying to see if there's additional things that could be coming still down the line, or is that already all, it's those two and we have.
That
all
is
the-
my understanding.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
That is my understanding. Okay, the final one I wanted to point out is the one that's referred to as dual enrollment down there. So this is actually a pretty big deal as well. So when I was a staff person in the legislature many years ago, during a downtime, they decreased the enrollment cap, the combined enrollment cap between a school district and the community college for Running Start students. So it used to be that you could be like a combined, I think it got as high as 1.6 at one point,
Yeah.
where you could be like 0.8 and 0.8, right? So you could be more than a full-time student by the combination of the two settings. So they just started moving it back. So this is a fairly big deal because we have a lot of Running Start kids. So they moved it from 1.2 to 1.4 to starting next year. So immediately we'll be talking to the high schools, like this is a significant change because kids plan their calendars around this cap, right? So they either take another class at the high school, they could avail themselves of another opportunity at Running Start. It's a meaningful change to school districts that have like decent sized Running Start programs, and we do. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is the questions that were being asked about special education. So this increases the cap from 13.5 to 15. So for the districts that were above 13.5, this is a big deal. We were not. It increases the multipliers for the various categories. You've got a tier 1 and tier 2, students that spend more than 80% of their time in a pull-out special education environment, students that spend less. We will benefit from that, and what you saw on the previous slide was actually our population in tier 1 is growing, so we will benefit a little bit more as a result of that. In theory, this is going to make safety net a little bit more accessible. We claim anywhere from like $5 to $7 million a year via the safety net process, so it is a significant thing for the Kent School District. You don't know what the impact is until you know what the impact is, because you apply and then you hear back, and so it's not like it's a math problem to just say we're going to get this amount more, but it's meaningful to us. And then they've allocated $3 million to audit the special education system, which was one of the more interesting and contested parts of the bill. Next slide, please. Okay, these were the settled upon COLAs. This might be a good time to talk about your question of 3.7 and 3.9%. They did also a regionalization rebasing. So every district in the state has a multiplier in their allocation that's based on their regional cost of living. We were not impacted. If you're so inclined, you can click on that LEAP schedule. I've linked it for you. You can go and sift through all the districts if you want. I can tell you Tahoma did get an adjustment. But it's 295 districts. If it's, you know, I just linked it for you if you wanted to see it. But it doesn't impact us, but it certainly, it's something like the, you know, Washington Education Association pays very close attention to, right? So they'll, you know, see which districts are being adjusted upward. Your question.
That was my question. Well, first of all, I don't see the presentation linked in our board docs, so that was the first.
We don't have a soft copy of this.
Yeah,
Okay. A soft copy? You mean a hard, like,
electronic copy.
Oh.
Electronic.
can we email it right now, or? Yeah, sure, sorry.
So I guess my
But you
question,
can, when you get it, you can, that's a hyperlink.
my question was, there was something specific about that there was a, not just there was a formula for the upcoming years on how they're gonna calculate COLA, and how that will affect us? Can you explain that a little bit?
I don't know the full story.
Okay.
I know the executive summary version, so, back in, try to do 30 seconds. back in the day, it was just the Seattle CPI. It was always the prior year calendar Seattle CPI. So everybody kind of knew what it was, and it knew what it was prospectively because it was in the prior year. So anytime you were negotiating, you knew what the CPI was. You weren't in any sort of guessing game. More recently, the legislatures got into this thing of kind of defining inflation as they went. So if CPI was too high, they were going to IPD. If IPD was too low, they decided to add a little bit, and it kind of destabilized the bargaining environment, right? So all these arguments about what inflation is. We never used to have those arguments, right? So now I think the change, my understanding, is they've made it retrospective to the point now where it will be a settled prior year COLA amount, like the inflation will be a settled amount, you'll know it, rather than having to wait for it to come out in the current year. That's the best I can do for you.
Okay.
I'm quite positive there'll be like a system-wide explanation here coming very soon, but that's my understanding that the goal of it was to kind of stabilize and take the guesswork out of what inflationary measure was going to be used.
I look forward to the executive summary when it comes out.
Yeah, well, I won't be doing that. Somebody else probably from WEA will be doing that. Next slide, please. Lots of new bills. I would be remiss if I didn't include the principal contract statute or new bill, but also would be remiss if I told you I could explain it to you. So I can't. You're going to have to wait for the WASA, whatever, EWSP. I read it, it's definitely a big change, but we don't know necessarily the extent. And the governor, I don't believe, has signed it yet either, so I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. I would highlight from this list, the running start cap is a big deal, I think, for Kent, the community eligibility provision, which is about the 7th bullet down. And then the one we haven't talked about is, and I don't know the details on this, but I'm interested in exploring it. There was a bill that passed to create a pilot for open door programs to offer summer programs. So like iGrad is an open door program. And so I hope we're definitely going to look at like whether we can be part of a pilot and, like how does that maybe impact iGrad in Kent? Because iGrad is our open door program. So, but it was clear it was a pilot. So we're kind of inquiring like how big of a pilot, who's eligible, when are we eligible? Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so now we'll talk about staffing. So yeah, incredible year of kind of system redesign that has kind of, it's a strategic redesign of the system, but it also has shaped a lot about staffing. Now, before we get into this conversation, we're right in the middle of it. So I know you're looking for like definitive answers. We won't have definitive answers in every case for you. We've made a good faith effort, a truly good faith effort to show you where we're at. But the first thing I want to do is say, like, we sat down and we're like, okay, what are the main boulders of this system redesign that impacted staffing? And I think there's 6 of them, okay? So the first was moving 6th grade. That was a big deal. It meant right away that we were adding guidance counselors. We added 8 guidance counselors. We also added some admin as well, because some schools got smaller, but we didn't necessarily recapture all of it. Well, we had a new school, and we had middle schools getting bigger, right? So that was a staffing add, right? We adjusted boundaries. Independent of 6th grade, we moved the boundaries for schools, right? We knew like KM was getting really, really big as in disproportionate to some of our other high schools. So that was a kind of a strategic recalibration, if you will, of the enrollments within these buildings. And that basically meant that no matter what we did, we were going to be in IVT territory, obviously, because as you're moving all these students, you're definitely going to be moving staff with those students, right? The third was we're opening up a new middle school, right? So as 6th grade moved up to middle school, then obviously there was an enrollment crunch at middle school. You need a new school to account for the fact that you moved an entire grade up to schools that were previously only accounting for 2 grades, right? Does that follow? So that's Canyon Ridge, right? And you're well aware of that. That's additional staff. So all new school admin staff, all new support staff at that school as well, not to mention obviously the capital costs associated. 4 was as we were doing all of this, we also took a new strategic look at program locations. And I know that the superintendent was passionate about this idea of like, we want to locate programs in such a manner that we don't have kiddos busing 40 minutes across, you know, like there should be a way of situating our programs where accessibility has, you know, like a design of equity. That was a big deal because it does cost us some money. So you'll see that also as a staffing cost. Also, a real intentionality around looking at redeploying staff that may be currently housed at the central office back into schools where it makes sense to do so. And we'll be talking about that in a separate slide. And then finally, we did recalibrate staffing because we were seeing, you know, as we were talking about, over time, our staffing has gone up, our enrollment has gone down. We were looking to reset that a little bit. So those 6 things were sort of the main framing considerations for staffing. Next slide, please. Okay. So some of the key messaging points have been, okay, so we don't have really an incentive to be eliminating ESSER-funded positions now, but we certainly need to be communicating to our community that those are time limited, and we don't want people to be caught unawares and feel like they have had the rug pulled out from under them when we're having this conversation 14 months from now about positions that are ESSER funded that will no longer continue. So it was more about transparency and clarity of messaging rather than any action that is being taken today. The second thing is that we've had this very popular ESSER mini grant program, told schools this is the last year. This is the last year for that. Because what's going to happen is, to the extent that there are unspent funds out of those mini grants, we will need time to redeploy those into another strategic investment, okay? Third, we're at the point right now where pretty much every central office position that comes open is not presumptively being refilled. So we are position by position, community by community. That is the benefit of sort of the lead time of this, and the fact that 24-25 is really the so-called waterfall year, right? The ability to, rather than having to do a RIF, right, is to be able to be a little bit more deliberative about looking at open positions as they come up, be it for resignations, be it for people that have taken another opportunity, be it for any variety of other things. No RIF this year. Doesn't matter whether you're talking about schools or central office. No RIF, no school closures. Right now, and we'll show you as best of a representation of this as we can at this stage, we think we're in the low 60s right now in terms of the net adds and reductions when we're talking about the net effect of all those moves that I just went over in the first slide, and I have some detail on that for you. And then we're leaving the school MSOC budgets alone. So the schools are not taking reduction, but every central office budget is taking a minimum of 5%. Some of them are taking more than that. They may not know it yet. But that is part of our commitment to that strategic alignment. So next slide, please. Okay. So I was trying to figure out a way to present this in such a manner where you would understand that we've got adds and reductions happening at the same time, and then there's a net to that. And this is the best that I could do. So hopefully this makes sense. So let's go left to right here. So the adds are in blue, okay? And the theoretical reductions, and I say theoretical because when we run the IVT and we can't find places for people, well then we've already committed to the fact that we're going to keep all of our people. So this is all theoretical until it isn't, right? If we can only place, you know, if we can't find a place for 15, well, then we're going to have to add 15 people. You see what I'm saying? Because we've made the commitment not to RIF or terminate as a result of that, okay? So keep in mind, you get wedded to this number. It will change very quickly. But we talked about the change in program sites, the strategic change of program sites, particularly inclusive education. Recall the previous slide, okay? So that's a net add of 12 certificated instructional staff. I think primarily because there are more sites, okay? We talked about adding counselors because we're moving 6th grade, right? So we're complying with the contract that says that you, every grade in middle school must have one counselor per school per grade, I believe is how that reads. Did I get that right? Thank you. So that's the net, that's the add in counselors. We made a choice to lean a little bit more heavily into our CTE program allocation. And we're actually going to allocate more CTE, certificated instructional staff, initially straight into our high schools. Each comprehensive high school has been informed they're getting a one additional, and part of this is about board priorities, incidentally. So we heard pretty clearly about the priority of STEM and the priority of career and technical education specifically, and work-based learning. So the team put together an approach, because we think we have capacity in that program to pull this off without exacerbating our financial situation anyway. Does that make sense? So right now the plan is to allocate a full FTE, a work-based learning instructional staff person coded to CTE in each of the 4 comprehensive high schools. We have some additional dual language costs that now we're getting down to kind of onesie twosies here. Now on the negative side of the ledger, we basically have 3 things going on. The first is we adjusted basic ed allocation rates. That's the far right, okay? So that's a net minus 64. Now, earlier we talked about taking a real close look at central office, like staff that are in central office, should they be in central office or should they be in schools, and the decision-making framework about that and the roles, and okay? All right, so I'm gonna do the best I can to explain this. I'm not the content expert on this and I might have to call someone else up, but this is essentially the genesis of most of this point. So when we move 6th grade to middle school, what does that do to elementary schools? It makes elementary schools smaller, right? So we had a team of itinerant specialists at central office whose sole job essentially was to serve more than one building that was in an overload status with regards to these specialist classes, right? Well, when you shrink the size of those schools, you don't need as many centrally held overload itinerant specialists to cover, because you're simply just not going to have as many sections, right? So this is reflecting the fact that in many cases you'll be just as well to deploy the specialists in the schools rather than have a larger team of centrally office located itinerants. Does that make sense?
Does it keep the caseload, or that's not the right word, but the number of students per person the same?
I think it's net essentially the same. But I think what the essence is as the number of kids per building goes down, you're going to have fewer sections. If you have fewer sections, you have fewer incidents per building where you need somebody to cover the overload. And that's exactly what these people did. So they might be in 2 or 3 different buildings, right? Well, you're reducing the need for that, right? So to be strategic, it's like, okay, let's not hold people in central office unless there's a compelling reason to do so, right? They should be in buildings as a presumptive kind of default scenario, right? It's not that there'll be none of these folks, but the number will reduce. So that's a key part of this. Now that number will change depending on exactly how enrollment pans out, how many sections you actually end up with per building. So this is purely preliminary at this point.
And what that looks like in a school, as you know, at the beginning of the year, there you may have started out with a projection with so many sections. It could be you need to add additional sections, or it could be you need to reduce sections. And so that is always at play when you start the school year.
I guess my question is, we're losing, that's 64 FTE. We have that many classes in overload?
We don't,
Like, that's why I guess I don't understand. So we're losing that? Like, I don't understand the big picture on that.
okay, so we're not losing the people. It has nothing to do with the people
The
will have.
position, the FTE, my bad, the FTE, correct.
Yes.
I guess I still don't understand what that means. So we
There was
have.
more overload than number of schools we had.
Well, of course, we don't know how much overload there is because we're planning for a hypothetical year, right? But the
But we didn't have 64 last year,
64 what?
FTE.
FTE.
No, the 64 is not relative to the conversation we're having. It's the bar second in that says 23.
The 23.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It says central office elementary specialist.
That makes a lot more.
That was like,
We
because I was like,
literally
we're
can't
that
write.
much overload
Right.
in IE? I was very concerned. Okay.
Yeah.
But I think
23, yeah, but
if I, and maybe I went too far in the weeds.
Okay.
High level,
Right.
it's really like, let's be thoughtful and strategic about how many people we keep at central office and have a reason for it.
Right.
Right? Now, if we need to increase this number next year as a result of the fact that certain schools got more enrollment, then we're gonna do that, right? So this is purely preliminary, but changing the size of elementary schools impacts this.
Okay, so that makes a lot more sense, because it says elementary office I cannot read.
Central
So-
Office Elementary Specialist.
That's right.
Okay.
So
Math
tell
and-
me, tell
It's
me,
PE and music.
right, tell me, how many did we have last year?
That I cannot answer. Do you want me to pull somebody up for that?
No,
I-
no, no, no.
Okay.
But
How
I
about
mean,
that's a
it's-
follow-up.
It's a follow-up, yeah.
PE music band teachers.
Yeah, but make a distinction between how many
many-
PE and music teachers we had overall versus how many specifically were central office
Right.
itinerants. That's a
the
big
number.
difference.
That's the number,
Yes.
it's right here, so if
Yeah.
it is 23 now, what was it? That's so that we know.
Okay. So all of this restructuring and movement has led to adds and reductions, adds and reductions, adds and reductions. And this is our best current representation of the net effect of that. And then this will change, right? This will change. And if there's ever a year where fall may hold some surprises for us with regards to enrollment, this would be that year, right?
Because we're
Because
going
we've
through-
opened a new school,
yeah.
we've redrawn every boundary, right?
Yeah.
And so it's not going to be a typical year when it comes to fall enrollment.
No, it's
So
not.
I know it's 5:53, but I'm sorry, I have to go back to this. I think back to Mr. Gordon that drives from Kent Ridge to Northwood. Choir teacher. There's more kids that are going to be able to take now in the middle school because now there's 6, 7, 8, right? So take out the name out of it, but that role, since there's, I mean, it's.
My
net, right,
understanding is
removing
that,
the kids.
my understanding is this doesn't impact middle school.
Okay, so we wouldn't have to add more teachers in the middle school since those sixth graders are now in the middle school?
Yes, we would of course be moving teachers to middle school because we've moved an entire grade there,
Sure.
right? But I think, and I've probably reached the level of my expertise, and if we
Okay.
wanted to go any deeper, I'd have to get a content specialist up here. But the high-level summary of this is, our decision to move sixth grade impacts the historical rationale and the number of teachers that we would hold at central office for this specific purpose of itinerant overload coverage in PE and music.
So, this might be in the weeds too, but when we looked at elementary music specifically, there was a 5th and 6th grade band or orchestra or something. Is that affected by this? Is that moving down to 4th and 5th, or is that a whole other question?
And I wanna make a distinction here between
Yeah.
just, I feel like we're sliding into the arena of reducing music teaching staff. This is the discussion I'm focusing on here is where they are deployed,
Got it.
right?
So
This is central office held.
I guess I didn't know that was a thing. So maybe this is my ignorance as a board director, so I'm calling that out on myself. I didn't realize that we had some overloads, places that we had to deploy itinerants because the staffing was overloaded. I guess I didn't realize that.
Do we have
So
a
that's why this
specialist
is
that would be
confusing
willing
to me.
Okay, so
So if
I
someone
think
could
we're here,
explain
we
that?
might as well do it, so.
Yeah. like, I guess I need to know more about that, because as a board director, I'm not necessarily aware that's a thing. So it's good to know.
Jamie is deeply knowledgeable.
Okay, so, and when we talk overload, we're not talking class size, obviously, we're talking the number of sections. That's the 1.0 music teacher and the 1.0 PE teacher that's allocated to each elementary building is teaching. We do have buildings that actually have a 1.0 itinerant teacher that is also deployed to that building because we have a larger amount of sections than we have for that 1.0 teacher. So yes, we deploy them around the district, and they're reducing because of the sixth grade move up. The reduced number of FTE for K through 5 reduces the number of need potentially for additional sections beyond that 1.0.
Okay, that makes sense.
And again, this changes at preliminary, but the big level question, piece that I think Mr. Eric's trying to say is preliminarily, because of these moves, that's why the itinerants are not having to drive from one place to the other. They're able to offer the right amount of sections without going over that FTE.
Correct. And our assumption that we would hold is that, again, and not people, it's FTE, that
That's
these
right.
would just clear out at
Correct.
some point, they would move to the
Correct.
different.
And of course, it's all premised on how it actually shakes out in the fall. So if there are more sections that need to be covered, guess what? It won't pan out like this.
I guess my band orchestra question is very specific, not necessarily related to this, but kind of at elementary, but that's a whole thing, that's got a different
We
time.
can definitely get to that answer.
Is the
though.
fourth one over in the blue, the offsetting ad? I think it says
Correct.
PE and music. That's what I needed to see.
Correct.
That's the offsetting for the kids moving from the elementary to the middle school. So there's an ad to the middle school for those kids.
Yep.
Because they're going somewhere.
That's right.
And the sections are, okay, thank
right.
you.
Yes.
That seems like a big
That,
net difference.
It's a lot of itinerants.
Not,
Yeah.
not to belabor this, but, and maybe this is the wrong question to ask here, but are the programs in music that we plan the same as before, or are there adjustments to the actual programming? Because I thought I saw something about they were going to have general music, and then they had to have pullouts, which was different than
Oh,
what
I
we were
guess that's
doing
what I was
before.
trying to ask Leslie too, about that specifically.
I'm not aware of any program changes in music, but unless we have anybody?
I can have Mr. Pan come up and just talk about that. I do want to, we could get back to you.
And I
with those pieces.
apologize, but
Yeah,
that.
but really quick, since he's,
Yeah, not a problem, and thank you. We can speak to that in more depth, but to the question, we do more than one model of music right now, right? So we have band orchestra music, a BOM model, and we also have had schools who've been running what we call a specialized music model, which is that pull-out music model. So think about things like instrumentals, where you pull to a group of students to specifically work on that, right? Rather than pulling a full section for a band or orchestra. So that, some schools are running that specialized music model right now. We're moving in that direction as we go forward. Next year, there will be more schools that are running that specialized music model, and then there are still going to be schools that are running that band orchestra model.
Okay, I have other questions about that. That's a whole other,
Please.
Yeah,
that's a
well,
whole other concern.
yeah, we'll come back
Yeah,
to you
we
with,
can provide that.
with more of a comprehensive look at what
Yeah.
band orchestra in elementary looks like. Again, the higher level is more around, we created more space in elementary schools, not needing the overloads that we've needed in the past, spread out where we had larger schools. But we'll come back to you.
Yes, please, because I have some questions.
Okay, so we actually covered in our discussion a number of these points. The point I was trying to be clear is people are associating the IVT with reduced staffing. We would do IVT as a result of the reboundary, right? As schools were getting larger and smaller, that is an inevitable byproduct, right?
But you said the net was minus 64 though,
That's right.
right?
Yes, but people have associated to us that we're doing an IVT because of a reduction in the allocations. And I'm clarifying, we would have had to done an IVT because we're reducing the size of, for example, KM. We're moving sixth graders. We're doing a complete system redesign, and that is the impetus for the IVT. So with that, could you, I think I hit those points, so if you could, so just, can you see this graph on your copy there? So, you know, if that preliminary estimate of minus 64 is true, and you look at the history of this, you know, you need be like maybe just a little bit above or right at where we're at in fiscal year 21, if you look at that graph, just kind of an aggregate certificated instructional staff. I'm trying to kind of put it in a historical context for you. And then the next slide, which I think there's going to be some interest in here, is now that we have the preliminary bond result that we're looking at, there's just an opportunity here, and I think you asked the question straight away, the timing, right? And I think it's appropriate for the board to know that the team is spending a lot of time thinking about this exact point, which is, so on this slide, you can see that we have several voter initiatives that are expiring here in the next year to 2 years, and an opportunity to think strategically about how many times do you want to go out individually versus how can you fit these on a common ballot, whether you do a bond versus a capital levy. There is a lot of strategic decisions to be made about the future of these funding mechanisms. So you were asking about when things expire. So the EP&O, our standard like local levy, expires in calendar year 24. So 25 would be the first year for which we have no collections, right? Same for the existing tech levy, the one-to-one initiative, and there's a portion of that that's also capital levy for smaller projects. And so,
Can I
yes, sir.
ask you, is it possible, because I really feel like we rushed through this, to come back
Yes,
for
of
another
course.
meeting?
Of course it is, yeah.
So we can have more time to ask questions?
Of course it is.
And just go ahead and summarize this one so that we
Sure.
can-
So really what this means is that, you know, we are in a situation where, given the result that we're seeing, there are some decisions that need to be made that don't just impact the capital environment, but now impact the sequence of the other funding initiatives for the voters that expire on a staggered timeline. So you have two that are currently set to expire in '24, and the bond portion that was expiring now in their calendar year '24 is the first year for which we'll have no collection for that portion of the bond. So there are at least 5 different options from that to think about how to move forward. Now, we're not going to get into that now because we're summarizing, but that is kind of a, lest we get so caught up in the general fund,
Right.
there's
This
some
is-
real work here
Right.
in terms of thinking through the next steps of the Kent School District. So covered a lot of ground, and happy to come back.
Thank you.
And discuss this in greater, and I understand you have a question for me, and we can get into that as well. Don't want to put that aside.
Oh, I trust you.
And so with that,
It'd be really nice so that we can have more time for you to answer questions and be able to feel comfortable where you're not feeling rushed. and-
Yeah.
Sure.
And us feeling unrushed because we have
Absolutely.
like 6
No,
or
I
4
actually
hours.
support the idea.
Thanks.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Yeah, great work.
Okay, it's now 6:04, and we'll adjourn this work session. The work session is adjourned for executive session for about 30 minutes. The purpose of this executive session is to discuss with the legal counsel, employee work performance, potential litigation, and the legal or finance risks of a course of action. Thank you. It is 6:37. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Our regular meeting, and I will start with agenda number 1.03, roll call. Director Clark.
Present.
Director Benno.
I'm president.
Director Margell.
Present.
Director Hamada.
Present.
And of course, I'm here. Okay, I'd like to, if you would join me to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge Thank you. Those of you who are joining us here in the boardroom and those who are online. The purpose of this board meeting is for the board to conduct the business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to, but not respond to comments from visitors. Individuals with items for the board or superintendent must provide items directly to safety service staff. Approaching the dais during the board meeting is not allowed. Any items turned in will be provided to the board and superintendent following meeting. Those wishing to comment must complete a comment card and turn it in to either before the meeting begins or no later than the beginning of the legislative update. No cards will be accepted once the report has begun. Visitors who have completed a comment card indicating a desire to speak to an agenda item will be called at that portion of the agenda. There is a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow for extra time for you to make a way to the board if you are on the overflow room. When it's your turn, address the board. Please state your name at the start of your testimony. Public comments will be heard after the opening during preliminary communication from the audience at a specific agenda items, and during final communication from the audience, students will be first to speak to any topic. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. You will hear a timer when the 3 minutes are up. Please do not use specific names of staff or students or personnel identifiable information. Abusive public comments personally directed towards staff or board member will not be tolerated. The president may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when it's too lengthy, obscene, or irrelevant. Per board procedure, written material to provide board members with the background information should be submitted to the superintendent's office at least 1 week in advance of the meeting. Now, can I ask Director Hamada to read the land acknowledgement?
Point of privilege, President Farah. I just wanted to say before I read this, one of the things we want to do when we're acknowledging something or proclaiming it is in action. And this last week, Thursday evening, I drove up to Anacortes and was a member of several other people there for the tribal council of all the councils in the state of tribal councils that gathered there. And we talked about Native American students and how we could meet their needs and how they had specific needs and how we needed to gather better data on that. And it was an absolutely wonderful day on the Swish-Momish, that's a hard word to say for me, tribal ground, and I appreciate being able to represent the district up there and continuing our work in those kind of areas. And now I'd like to read the land acknowledgement that we have selected, and it is, "We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound."
Thank you, Director Hamada. Now we are at 1.07, Agenda Review. Superintendent Vela, are there any changes to agenda?
Vice President Farah, there is one change to the agenda. A supplemental personnel report will be added to the consent agenda as item 7.19. Thank you.
I also have a proposed agenda change.
Okay. Can I first ask for motion to approve the
Okay.
first agenda? Can I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve 7.19 for the consent calendar.
I second.
Any discussion? No discussion? With all in favor of approving this item to add it to be agenda, say aye. Or raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstention? Then that is, motion is approved. Okay, now.
I move to add board elections onto the agenda for this evening.
I second.
Any discussion?
Sometimes there's good and bad parts about anything you do, and I acknowledge that this was not put on the agenda tonight, and it was an error in not doing so. So you're weighing out two different things, right? You're weighing out not having elections, which I think we could say that moving them to the next board meeting is an option too. Or waiting, and what that didn't do is have it in the agenda for public discussion tonight. We do still have some time for anybody to add public discussion that's here. And so, because that hasn't closed yet, and so I believe that weighing those two out, that we should move forward in having them tonight.
Anyone else? No?
Where would that be added?
Because there's some protocol
Right.
that I believe that we need for this one,
Right.
and I'm hoping that can be provided, that I don't know
Where- I
specifically,
mean-
but a little bit later to allow for some of this to be
Right.
printed out.
What I'd like to have
Best
is
is,
Ms. Zentello to come up and share with the board the protocol, and then Vice President Farah can
Ask for
decide on
that,
next.
yeah.
Ms. Zentello.
Thank you, Superintendent Vela, Vice President Farah, and members of the board. I do have the protocol here for reorganization of the board and elections of officers, so I'll pass that off to you here shortly. Director Margell, to answer your question, historically, when this takes place, it's in December as our regular schedule. That usually is one of the very first items on the agenda. However, to your point of allowing the public that's present additional time to fill out a comment card, since this is a new item, it's at the board's discretion where to place it on the agenda.
Well, we,
We
Approval
haven't
and
approved it.
discussion?
We
Yeah,
haven't
appro-
approved it yet,
Yeah.
so could we look at maybe
add it to,
after the legislative, before the consent agenda?
I agree, I like before the consent agenda.
with, before the consent, yeah. Where it says discussion and approval, that
Yep.
section,
Yeah, right after 6:05,
right. What do you think?
Leslie?
Does that give you enough time, Ms. Zentello, if the paperwork and all?
That definitely gives enough time. I've already provided the oral roll call vote protocol to Superintendent Vela and Vice President Farah, as well as legal counsel, Mr. Brockvogel. So what I hear is, if approved, you would choose to add it after 6.0 discussion and approval.
Yeah, 6.05, so it'll be 6.06.
6.06, okay, noted, thank you.
So then I can say,
You can call for the vote.
or should I call for the vote for 606, right? 6.06?
You can add that agenda, item. But does anybody else have any?
Have any more discussion, any other thing that we can discuss?
Okay.
Nothing? Joe, it looks like you wanted to say, no?
I'm
Okay,
good.
good. With no more discussion, I would like to say all in favor of adding the board election item. Oh, yeah. This is the actual wording for adding reorg of the board of directors and election officers to make it 6.06 item agenda. Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
One.
Abstention, okay. With that, the motion passes.
Point of order, President or Vice President Farah. Do we need to specify president, officer, just the president? We're not electing all new officers.
No, it's gonna be two, because it's gonna be either only president
Okay.
or vice president.
Also, point of order.
Right.
Based off of the Kent School District policies,
Right.
I am not eligible for any position as I am an interim position, and no more than 50%, I'm not eligible, or anybody in a appointed position is not eligible for a role unless 50% or more of the board is appointed, is how I read that. And if any different, nope. Okay, just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
All right.
Well, and for point of, as long as we're clarifying here, because
Let's make
this is a whole new
Oh,
world.
we're changing on the fly, right? So it's a
I
good
hold the position of legislative representative, and I hold that officially for 2 years, even though I might not be here in 2 years, but that's what I signed up for.
Vice President Farah,
Yes,
well, I'd like to have Ms. Howley clarify that
Okay.
policy, just to be sure.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's how I read it, so I appreciate if there's.
I want to double check, but I believe it's the other way around. If we have a,
Reorg.
I need to look that policy up right now because
Okay.
we don't want to make a mistake. We're doing it. I'd like to look the policy up.
I appreciate that, thank you very much.
Mr. Brockville? Yep.
Okay,
thank you.
okay. So, I apologize, audience. We're actually going through this as you are watching us. With that said, then the motion has passed already.
Yep.
It is.
And now we'll just go through
Or no?
Yeah, we will seek the clarification in a moment.
in the moment, yeah. So that, because we want to get that clarification, yeah. The motion passed, but we want to clarify for Director Merkel.
I have the privilege of reading the Kent School District proclamation for National Public School Volunteer Week, and just want to say that you always get back way more than you give, and it's so cool. So thank you to those who do volunteer in our schools, and it's just very cool. Whereas public school volunteers contribute unselfishly to the success of students, teachers, and support staff, and whereas school volunteers reflect the highest value of our democratic society by representing people of all ages and all walks of life, and whereas school and volunteers stretch school and district resources to ensure that every student receives help and encouragement according to need, and whereas school volunteers exhibit care, model the best in citizenship, and create a climate that fosters learning and love of education, and whereas Public School Volunteer Week provides a yearly opportunity for school and family to honor and highlight the powerful contributions parents and caregivers provide at school and home to provide school success. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of Kent School District recognizes April 17th through the 21st, 2023 as Public School Volunteer Week in Kent School District, and urges all citizens to join us in remembering the dedication and hard work of local volunteers in preparing today's students for tomorrow's world. signed this 26th day of April 2023 by the Board of Directors and Israel Vela as Secretary to the Board.
Thank you. Director Beno, can you read the proclamation of student leadership?
Of course. So I have the privilege and honor of reading the Kent School District Proclamation for National Student Leadership Week. Whereas National Student Leadership Week, NSLW, is a theme-based week dedicated to recognizing and supporting the important role of student leaders. Since 1972, the National Office of the National Association of Student Councils, National Honor Society, and National Junior Honor Society have sponsored National Student Leadership Week. And whereas student leaders are positive influences on their peers, modeling good character and scholarship in and out of the classroom, and serve as change agents to improve overall climate and academic performance levels of their schools. And whereas the support of school administrators and faculty, parents, and community members is necessary to help student leaders develop the essential traits and characteristics of a leader and to provide positive experiences to expand their skills and ensure the successful education of all emerging student leaders. And whereas the theme of National Student Leadership Week 2023 is Ready, Set, Lead, and serves as an ideal time to recognize student leaders for their hard work, determination, and commitment to making a change in their schools, learning communities, and the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District recognizes April 24th through 30th as National Student Leadership Week in Kent School District and urges all citizens to join in this observance. Signed the 26th day of April 2023 by the Board of Directors of Kent School District and Mr. Israel Vela, Secretary to the Board.
Thank you. Director Clark, can you read for us Administrative Professionals Week?
Yes, whereas Administrative Professionals Week recognizes the many roles and responsibilities of administrative professionals in our schools and district offices, whereas the Kent School District Board of Directors acknowledges the critical role of administrative professionals in supporting the education of our students and ensuring that students are successfully prepared for their future, and whereas administrative professionals work in the district school buildings, the transportation building, and the central administration campus, and whereas our administrative professionals are often the first impression and the face of Kent, the Kent School District, to the thousands of parents, community members, and students that walk in the doors of our schools and offices and or call on the telephone, and therefore serve as key frontline public relations ambassadors. And whereas the Kent School Board recognizes the expertise and dedication of the district's administrative professionals, their work to master technology and effectively utilize communication skills, their vital contributions and commitments to teamwork, and their willingness to learn and accept new challenges and opportunities. And whereas the school board wishes to commend each and every one of Kent School District's administrative professionals for their service to students, staff, parents, and community members each and every day. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaims April 23 through 29, 2023 as Administrative Professionals Week in the Kent School District and urge all citizens to join in this observance.
Thank you. Now, Director Hamada, can you read the School Lunch Hero Day?
It is my pleasure, great pleasure, the Kent School District proclamation on School Lunch Hero Day. And they are our heroes. We need to be fed and fed well. Whereas nutritious meals are an essential part of the school day, and whereas the staff of Kent School District's Nutrition Services Department are committed to providing healthy, nutritious meals to the district's children, and whereas the men and women who prepare and serve school meals help nurture our children through their interaction and support during meal distribution to students. And whereas the nutrition services staff are professionals who have risen above and beyond by helping to feed all children in our community. And now, therefore, be it resolved, the Kent School District expresses its deepest appreciation to those valuable employees and commends their good work on behalf of children and proclaims Friday, May 5th, 2023 is School Lunch Hero Day. And this, of course, is signed the 26th day of April 2023 by all the board directors.
Thank you. now we're at 3.0, preliminary communication from the audience. Do we have any?
Yeah, thank you, Vice President Farah. We do have some preliminary, don't believe we have students in the audience, but we do have other comments.
Well, again, good evening, Vice President Farah, members of the board, and Superintendent Vela. We do have comments this evening, none of which submitted are students, whether online or in person. We have 5 online comments that would be heard in the first 30 minutes as they're not agenda item specific. And we do have 4 general comments to be heard in the first 30 minutes and 1 that's specific to an agenda item. So I'll present those to you now.
Thank you.
Okay, the first person that I'd like to call is Jason Powell.
Thank you. Superintendent Vela, distinguished board members, members of cabinet. My name is Jason Powell. I'm a business agent, vice president, and staff director of Teamsters Local 763. We represent the school bus drivers. Little fun fact, I've represented the school bus drivers for almost 20 years. Today, I come to present a petition, which you guys have been given a copy of. I will briefly read the opening statement of the petition. To Superintendent Vela, Kent School District Board of Directors, we, the below-signed school bus drivers, as well as substitute bus drivers, as well as transportation assistants, ask the superintendent and school board to treat all district employees with equity. Kent School District, equity, excellence, community. Due to the work stoppage, teacher strike, Juneteenth 2023 falls within our work year, just like all other 12-month employees. Yet only 12-month employees are being paid for Juneteenth. It's our hope that Kent School District demonstrates its commitment to equity by honoring Juneteenth as a paid holiday for all employees. Signed by approximately 116 transportation employees. You know, I mentioned that I've represented this group for 20 years. I've never come to a board meeting. We've never come to a board meeting. And purposefully, there's only a handful of my workplace leaders here. There isn't 116 people here with signs and banners and bullhorns and stuff, because we believe that we have a reasonable request. I only represent the drivers. I don't represent all the rest of the less than 12-month classified employees. But Juneteenth, I mean, let's dig down. It's a holiday honoring equity. And to make a management decision to deny equitable payment of holiday pay to less than 12-month employees, we think is an oversight. We ask that you reconsider. We'd prefer not to attend the May board meeting. And I do believe there are other union leaders that represent classified folks here in the district that will submit letters or other things, but we're here tonight, and I don't know how many minutes I have left, but that's why I'm here. I'm also joined by my boss, Chad Baker. He's our principal officer at the local union, Chad. And a community member as well. But thank you very much for your time. Thank you for the work that you do supporting students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next person is Melanie Gray.
Good evening, Superintendent Vela, Vice President Farah, and members of the board. My name is Melanie Gray, and I have been a bus driver for Kent School District for over 19 years. I am the mother of 2 Kentwood graduates, and I am the grandmother of a class of 2040 Kent School District student. I had to do some math on that. Yes. I am a shop steward, and I am a proud member of Teamsters Local 763. I am here tonight along with some of my fellow bus drivers. Juneteenth is now a federal holiday. It is also recognized by all 50 states. It is a day to recognize the end of slavery. Juneteenth is a time to acknowledge the history of racism and oppression in this country. Juneteenth is a day to be celebrated. Kent School District is selecting which employees will be benefiting from this holiday by only providing 12-month employees the day off with pay. By not offering Juneteenth as a paid holiday for all employees, what message are you sending about the district's stance on the importance of this holiday? Is this message a message of inclusiveness? It feels more like exclusiveness. Kent School District, now is the time for you to choose to do the right thing, to demonstrate what equity and inclusiveness really look like, to place value on a holiday that means so much to so many people. As we know, Kent School District will be paying some employees, but unfortunately not all. Is this an example of valuing your employees and your community? We encourage you to use this opportunity to demonstrate that Kent School District is not tone deaf to the social issues that continue to affect our country. The students of today are the leaders of tomorrow, and they are watching and learning from us. We ask you to do the right thing. There is a saying that goes something like this: that which is not good for the swarm, neither is it good for the bee. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person I want to call is Georgina Eriksson.
I remove my shoes, not to be informal, but I remove my shoes so that I may be grounded with Papa Tuanuku, and that through me, I may be able to channel the true spirit of what it means to be included and to be a part of this community. Ko te amorangi ki mua, ko te hāpai o ki muri, te tūturutanga mai pono o te Māori mana motu ake. Although I am standing here alone, e hara taku toa I te toa takitahi, e ngari taku toa he toa takitini. Although you see me standing here alone, I am not alone. I'm supported by all my tupuna who have paved the way before me. My experience with the Kent School District started a long time ago. As an immigrant to this country, my husband and I eventually found Kent, and this is where we put down our roots. That's why I'm standing before you, so I'm grounded. We invested ourselves, our family, our lives, our hearts into this community. I was a volunteer for many years. I finally have the honor of having the last of my 6 children. He'll be graduating this year. And I have 2 sons, both honorable young men, serving in different branches of the military. My children have graduated from Kent Meridian High School, both as a volunteer, as a mother, and a mother who's waiting to just see her last kid make that walk for graduation. I will stay grounded. One of the things that I have done over the last 6 years is I contemplated how could I give more. I needed to give more than just volunteering, and my children were pulling me in every direction. Give me some freedom, give me some payment. I'll join the Kent School District, I'll become an employee. Guess how I did that? From the most humble place, as a custodian. I've worked in many schools around the district as a custodian, and I love my involvement both in making a difference in the schools, in being the unseen people that make a difference so those schools are ready, so we can successfully prepare all students for their futures, right? Then I had the opportunity to become a bus driver. That was a huge transition for me, but I did it last year. I just felt that I needed to do something different, and I wanted to be engaged in a way where I got more hands-on experience, both one, with students, parents, and and stuff. I'm guessing that my time must be up.
Yeah.
But I want you to know that from the bottom of my heart, keep up the good work, stay grounded, listen to what we're saying. And I leave this with you humbly as a mother who loves this school district. Kia ora.
Thank you. Okay, now I want to call Megan Carter.
Hello, members of the board, Superintendent Vela. I'm just here tonight because I'm concerned about the direction our district is going in and that this board is going in. I think the ability of the public to trust the board and trust that you will follow through in what you say is so critical. And I think we saw it last night, sadly, when the bond failed. That the public doesn't necessarily trust the board as a whole and doesn't trust the district. And I'm very concerned that that continues. It's been an issue in the past, and I think it's an issue now. After the comments that were made in March, we heard that there would be collective board action at the next meeting. Then we were told that that collective action couldn't happen because somebody had a planned absence, which is understandable. Now we're being told that the collective action did happen at that meeting, even though there was not the full board there. So that's very confusing to the public and I think needs to be addressed because it leaves us feeling that this is just getting swept under the rug, that it's not being dealt with, and it's certainly not being dealt with publicly, and it's concerning. And although I'm thrilled that the elections are gonna happen tonight, I think this is another thing where the public wasn't informed in a timely manner. There were emails that went out today telling people that it would be added to the agenda so the public could comment, but it wasn't added until tonight. So anybody that's not here in this room does not have the opportunity to comment, and that's really inequitable and concerning because they didn't know, because anybody that looked at the agenda before a half hour ago had no idea that this was gonna be done tonight. So I think we just have to do better, otherwise the public can't trust that you all will do what you say and follow through. And I just want to really beg you guys to just move in that direction and be transparent and honest with the public and follow through. When you say you're going to do something, make it clear that you're doing what you say. So, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so any more?
Ms. Centella?
Vice President Farah, members of the board, and Superintendent Vela, there were 5 online comments submitted. The first comment submitted was from Renee Beauregard-Lute. I am deeply concerned about the upcoming changes to our support center classrooms in KSD. My son is in an SC classroom at Lake Youngs, and while I am very concerned about the removal of one SC classroom at our school, about student overload, and about the cutting of para hours, our school will be one of the lucky ones that has a separation between its primary and intermediate SC classrooms. Other elementary schools are not as lucky, as district plans are in place to give them one single K-5 SC classroom, one classroom total for students whose ages are between 5 and 11 years old. This is not safe, not for the students, not for the staff. Frankly, it also shows us that the district does not feel that our most vulnerable children deserve to learn. Instead, the district will corral them into a packed classroom where no meaningful instruction could possibly take place. This is not an appropriate education. Our children deserve to be safe, and they deserve to learn. Please rethink these horrifying changes to inclusive education in KSD. Listen to your teachers and listen to your families. Thank you. The next comment was submitted by Allison Riley. Good evening, Board and Superintendent Vella. Hearing that at least some support center classrooms will be K-5 next year is shocking. Having 6 grades in a single classroom, no matter class size, is not a good idea for anyone involved. At best, it is poor planning. At worst, it is a total disregard for the needs of your students. This plan needs to be paused in order to create a thoughtful, safe, and meaningful learning experience for each student at each school. That requires listening to teacher, parent, and student input in a genuine way. How does putting 6 grades in a single SC classroom address equity and excellence? In the last week, the district has shared a poorly designed plan to meet IEP hours after failing to hire a teacher at Carriage Crest, i.e. cut 4 out of its 6 program specialists, and we've heard the proposed plans for some SC classes. This all on top of continually understaffed programs. How do these decisions address equity and excellence? How can the community have any faith in you providing a quality education for all of your students? Where is the care and commitment to those students who receive services in your schools, as well as the fabulous staff who support them? The next comment was submitted by Joe Riley. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Vella. The community is still waiting for the further collective action that the board promised would be taken regarding a director's insensitive and racist comments. On March 24, the board accepted a director's resignation as president of the board and promised further collective action would be taken in the March 29 meeting. On March 29, a director stated that collective action would not be taken due to the absence of a director, and then read a statement that the board had put together, although it's unclear if the director was involved in this statement. Later in the meeting, a director stated that further collective action would still happen and needed the presence of a director, and another director also confirmed to me via email that he expected more discussion on the topic. On March 31, the Kent Reporter released an article containing an interview with the director where he stated that he apologized twice, and that's as far as he wants to take it. This statement seems to contradict statements made by board directors that talk about continual growth and learning. I would like the board to clarify whether or not you are still planning to take collective action, or if this statement read on March 29 is all you plan to do. If no further action is planned, I would like to hear the board's response to a director's most recent statement that seems to oppose continued growth. I would also like any directors who disagree with the board's overall decision to state their disagreement. Otherwise, I will assume that the board's decision was unanimous. The next comment was submitted by Sarah Eldridge. Superintendent Vella, members of the board, President, oh wait, there's still no president. That's what I'm commenting on today. It has been 33 days since a director resigned his position as board president, and yet nothing has happened. It has been 33 days since a director committed to providing a thoughtful, collective response to a director's words and actions, and yet nothing has happened. It has been 28 days since a director said the reason the board wasn't taking action was because all members were not present, and yet nothing has happened. 33 days, 28 days, that's a long time. The board has met, all directors present, and there is no excuse for not taking further action on the things a director said and his lack of appropriate apology. Nor is there an excuse for not appointing a new board president. The public is not just going to forget about this if you let enough time go by. We will continue to count the days. Thank you. The next comment and last online comment submitted is from Justice Phelps. Dear KSD Board, my name is Justice Phelps. I've written to you in the past. I'm a Kent School District graduate and a resident of Kent. It's now been a month since your former board president made the racist comments and nothing has happened. You all sat on the dais and told us something would happen soon. When is soon in your guys' definition? Soon would have been to censure him immediately or shortly after. We now have a board member who feels empowered and not disciplined. You are all now just being complacent. Please hold him accountable and show your community you actually care. Talk is cheap, but actions speak louder. I'm also deeply troubled by the board's and KSD leadership's actions at the last board meeting. At this board meeting, the interim president asked a question regarding why it was taking so long for them to get permits and how he felt it should be going faster since they have a relationship with the cities. The answer that should have been given is that it takes time and that these processes are the same ones that everyone has to go through. This district is not any better than any other business, and the response that was given to the board members was completely disrespectful to a separately elected official and completely uncalled for. That district leader should be ashamed for making the assertion that the district has buttered up another elected official and the permitting process should be going faster, but it is not. No public employee should ever feel that comfortable to make comments like that. This district continues to disappoint me. I hope that you all will change, but I am guessing that won't happen. I will have to remember and share this with my communities when each of you are up for re-election. Thank you. That completes the comments for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the portion 3.0. Now we're at 4.0, superintendent report. Superintendent Vela, will you give superintendent report, please?
Thank you, Vice President Farah. Finishing strong. As we look toward the end of the school year and the culmination of our work, please save the date for our graduation ceremonies, which can be found on our website. Attending these ceremonies is the highlight of the school year and seeing our mission becoming a reality. I invite you to celebrate the many graduates as they moved forward in their life journey. On a sad note, as previously announced, Kent Meridian High School staff and students have been navigating the loss of longtime staff member Michael Simmons. There will be a public celebration of life on April 29th at 1:30 p.m. in the Kent Meridian High School main gym. Everyone is invited to join in remembering Mr. Simmons. Please join me in a moment of silence for Mike Simmons. Thank you. We will continue to hold those who knew him in our thoughts and prayers. 2023, Bond, a thank you. Educational transformation continues to be a challenge across our nation and in Washington State due to its underfunding and inadequate resource supports for student needs. We know that achieving our long-term learning goals requires us to think strategically about the buildings and infrastructure necessary to support our educational programming. To that end, I express my heartfelt and sincere appreciation to our voters for casting their vote. We encourage all registered voters to vote in every election, not just for Kent School District levy or bond measures. Your voice is important, just as it is in Kent School District. You may have heard me say many times this year, every student, every voice, every day. I recognize our Board of Directors for approving this bond measure and working to provide information to their constituents. I thank the KSD Bond Planning Task Force, who worked hard over many months to recommend a list of projects to the school board for this bond measure. Let me again say thank you for your service. I thank and congratulate our KSD Bond team for their work on the informational campaign. The digital media campaign garnered over 500,000 social media impressions and over 60,000 people viewed our videos. I acknowledge and thank the Citizens for Kent Schools volunteers who work tirelessly to inform our community about the bond. These groups have worked independently, but with the same goal. As a Kent School District community, we are in this together. Together, we experience our students' successes and opportunities. Together, we have a powerful impact on students and the pursuit of their educational goals and dreams. And together, we will continue successfully preparing all students for their futures. We will look at all options and provide information in the coming weeks on our next steps in this process. Budget. We are continuing our priority to communicate often and with transparency by providing messaging about our budget. Another message was sent today reiterating that our fund balance is healthy and remains well above board policy requirements. However, this healthy fund balance is mainly due to the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, or otherwise known as ESSER, which are set to expire in September of 2024. Planning for a future without this substantial funding source is the key to our stability and sustained financial health. In March, staffing allocations were provided to building leaders that reflect adjusted enrollments due to boundary changes and declining enrollment. We are also moving to a middle school model, which requires staffing 6th grade through 8th grades. Our focus remains on students with this work at the top of our priorities. Middle schools hosted 2 events in March and their buildings to help students and families at their buildings with the upcoming transition to the middle school model. Students were able to tour their school, learn about electives, and discover more about clubs, activities, sports, and programs. I would like to read some of the feedback from our families. This made my student excited for her middle school. This night made next year less intimidating. We loved being able to see all the clubs and activities and hear about the schedule. Thank you so much for a very well-planned and executed event last night. Thank you so much. Great way to kick off our middle school adventure, just to share a few. I want to recognize and thank all of the incredible staff members who are working hard to make this transition as smooth as possible for our students. The recognitions, again, I want to recognize the following: Administrative Professionals Week, Public School Volunteer Week, Student Leadership Week, and School Lunch Hero Day. These are important recognitions of staff, parents, community members, and students who are in these roles. We appreciate the contributions of each and every person helping students be successful. Thank you for your service. We are working together to build bridges, and as we look towards the end of the school year, let's finish strong together. Thank you, and this concludes my report.
Thank you. Now we are at the agenda 5.01, legislative update. I just wanted to make a final announcement for comment cards. You can be turned in onto that blue box of the back of the room, and for a specific agenda item. I mean, all public comment submissions are now closed. Director Hamada, would you please do the legislative?
Well, I want to commend our finance person, Mr. Rarick. He stole a lot of my thunder earlier on, but we can duel here, and it's new to you. But he did a work session on finances, and he got into some of the legislative stuff that went on. First of all, sine die, the end of legislature officially, and it was, as many of the legislators said themselves, it was quite a session. And they also WASD, a lot of legislators and a lot of individuals felt that our participation through WASDA, that's my position here on the board, is through the Washington School Directors Association, and they have legislative reps, and then we participate through that big organization and on our own, that we came to testify or put in prose or had our students come, how important that was, especially in passing the special education enhancements bill. But anytime you show up, and I've been down to Olympia several times testifying, and anytime the kids come, they really listen. So it's great to take our our students down there. I'm just going to go over a few of these that Mr. Rarick covered and some that he didn't. The funding was put in K through 12 salaries and health benefits, $544.3 million. That's statewide, so don't get too excited about this. I mean, it's
No budget problems.
It doesn't like, it sounds a lot.
It's all coming here, folks. Wouldn't I love that? Anyway, okay. The special education enrichment, $371 million, and they did increase the multiplier, which is very important to us. It's kind of, if you're not familiar with this, it makes per child and how they're classified get a little bit more money for all of us. That in that particular category that we need for those kids, not just because we want money, but because that provides specific services for those children that really need it, and it goes right directly to them. So anything we can get in that coffer, that pile or chunk of money, is a help. And it's not as much as we really wanted, but it's better than we thought it was going to come out. And that's because a lot of people came up there, testified, and even individuals. All of you can participate in that. And it's so easy now to get online. You don't even have to go down to Olympia. You can sign in pro or con and just, or you can even testify on Zoom sometimes. So you can just be in your living room and tell them what you want to think. So you have a voice, even if you can't get to Olympia. And let's exercise it, because if we don't exercise it, this is part of democracy. We had the free school meal expansion, $46.5 million was put into that. They wanted to get it universal, to be complete to all kids, so it'd be all free lunch. They didn't quite get that in there, the whole 9 yards. However, it could come through in the federal budget that they decide. We haven't seen that budget come out. It could come to play into the states to get to us, but they did keep quite a bit of it, and they did raise the threshold of what they're giving. So again, we're going to see some advancements there. And the special passenger reimbursements, so the bus drivers that were here, there was $26.0 million. Again, that's statewide, so don't get too excited about it, but it's something. The dual credit enrollment enhancements, there was 9.7 put into that. And transition to kindergarten was another program that they put $48.6 million in. And federal reparations for schools, $1.1 billion from the federal government came through. So those are just some of the highlights. There were tons and tons of bills in education, but those are some of the main ones. And I just want to remind all of us, all year long, we want to be participating, talking to our legislators, developing that, and starting way before the session starts, because their next session is going to be shorter. So we have to get to them long before they get too busy to do that. And each one of us can participate in that. And also WASDA is going to be opening up their platform for any, so board directors, if you have something you want to put out there, that they haven't already got on the plate to put up in their, in our convention, our WASDA convention that's coming up, let me know, and we'll get that on the plate. I think it's a May early cutoff on that, so we probably need to have a session on that. But if you've got something burning desire that you want to put on there to go and fight for, get it together, and we, as a board, can work on that.
Yes.
And that concludes my report. President Farah, thank you very much.
May I ask a question?
Right.
Can I ask, about the school lunches? I know that they improve the limit. Do we know anything about the process? Was anything, like what parents would need to go through to be able to identify themselves as free and reduced? Has any of that changed? Do we know, or is it just truly the limit? I don't know if that was even addressed.
Well, no, I mean, I don't think that came from the state, but I think the feds did up that a little bit of what you could earn to still be qualified, if I'm correct, on the federal level? Is that
I'm just
true?
hoping
But they
that-
typically wouldn't do the process, they would just say, we have more dollars. I think
Okay.
that's what that is about.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping that it also it's not just
Yeah.
the limit, but it's also getting parents to complete that.
Right.
And the not making it onerous on families.
Yeah, well, it's still,
Yeah. Okay. We can keep hoping.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move on to agenda 6.01.
Vice President Farah?
Yes.
I'd make a motion to approve 601, second reading and approval of policy 1410, executive or closed sessions.
Second?
Second.
A motion has been made for second reading and approval of policy 1410, executive or closed session. Any discussion or question? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, say aye or raise your right hand.
Aye.
All opposed, say no or raise your right hand. Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. We are in 6.02. May I have a motion?
I move the adoption of 6.02, second reading and approval of revised protocol guidelines.
Anyone second?
Second.
Any questions or discussions? Hearing none, I would say all those in favor say aye or raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye.
All of those who are opposed, say no or raise your hand. Any abstentions?
I'm abstaining for that.
Oh, okay. Now, looking at the numbers, I'm also, so motion passes. 6.03.
I move to approve second reading and approval of policy 1810, annual governance goals and objectives.
I second.
Any discussions? Question? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye or raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no or raise your hand. Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion passes. We are at 6.04.
I move that we adopt 6.04, second reading and approval of policy 1822, training and professional development for board members.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I move. All of those who are in favor say aye or raise your right hand.
Aye.
And those who are opposed say no or raise your right hand. Any abstentions? Motion passes. We are at 6.05.
Vice President Farah, I move adoption of 6.05, environmental sensor pilots.
I second.
Any discussion? I just want to say that that's a pilot because kids came to us and told us that kids are vaping in the bathrooms. And we took that to consideration, and now we're piloting a sensor. So kids, if you're listening, no more. So I just wanted to add that.
Well, and I think that's wonderful that we are really including them, and they're actually, I mean, they're actually seeing what they can do. And they got, as I understand, they got a selection in looking at these pilots. Did they not have kind of a say in that, some of it too?
I'm not aware of that, but what I do know is they certainly will be followed up with, so.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I did have a question about what's the protocol when the sensors goes off? I don't know what to say better than that. It activates.
Yeah, I think that'll be something that the pilot will also include, not only about the operation of the product, but also how it goes off and where would it be detected. So I think that's forthcoming as part of the pilot as well. But I'll have Mr. Heath share anything more about that, but that's what I believe, Director Margell. Mr. Heath.
Vice President Farah, Superintendent Vela, members of the board. Yes, you know, the idea around this pilot is to test a few different products that are out there. There are multiple sensor products that are now out there. And so we want to put them in various secondary schools in the district, and then we can test when, you know, they go off and how we respond and do that. And then before making the decision to more broadly put them around the district.
Do we not have a policy right now if students are vaping in schools, what we do with that? So this is just a method to better ascertain that the vaping is happening, but don't we already have a policy of what we do?
So we have a requirement that no smoking, nicotine, weapons, and those are still in place.
Okay.
We have a policy that also allows us to go forth with discipline in those types of things. But your question was about how will it even go off? I don't think we know those things yet. Right. That's what I was getting at, the operation of the product itself.
Okay, and sorry then if I misworded my question. I was more of what's the policy around if they go off, what happens?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, that smoking, vaping, those types of things in isolation are considered one of those offenses where we try to look at the preventative angle and really work with the student and the family, if the family is a part of helping us to try to address this, really, and offer the different programs that are out there. If they have become addicted to nicotine or toward vaping, we try to point them in the direction of resources. It is more about trying to deviate away from some of these behaviors that some of the kids are engaging in so that they don't become lifelong addictions. And so that is our primary focus whenever we're addressing something like vaping or tobacco.
Thank you.
Mr. Heath, I think I talked to Superintendent Vela about this, but they also, we were piloting models that show if they're doing bad things and they're destroying things. Is that part of it too? I think we might want to.
And this was a little eye-opener for both Executive Director Susie Wislock and I, who oversees this, as Tim Kovich was telling us about some of the things that these sensors do. You know, primarily it is around trying to identify the vaping, but it also has like real loud noises or something like that. It will also set that off so that if there is per se a loud noise around fighting or you know, fireworks or something that who knows, you know, or somebody where we were having some problems maybe with some destruction in some of the bathrooms last year where someone was like ripping something off of the wall, then typically that would catch that as well, and that's what we're interested to kind of see how that all plays out. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heath.
Okay, if no more discussion, I'd like to call for a vote. All of those in favor, say aye or raise your right hand. Aye. All of those who oppose, say no or raise your right hand. Any abstentions? And motion passes.
Vice President Farah,
Yes.
as you move on to the next consent, I just want to remind you, we do have a comment card for item 7.08.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I move, can we talk about, can we move board elections to after the consent agenda?
After consent.
Can I make that motion?
Right. Can,
Can't make it.
Can I, I'm going to make it?
Mr. No, let's ask Mr.
Mr. Brockvogel.
Brockvogel.
Currently, the item is at 6.06.
006, yeah.
The answer is yes.
Right. Okay.
If I have a second, then I can speak to why.
How about you make it and then?
Make a motion and then.
Oh, so I
yeah,
move that, we move 6.06 after the consent agenda.
Seconded?
Discussion.
Just hearing that there's someone who wants to speak.
Right.
I would rather have that, and then we
Right.
could do the elections after
Okay,
the consent agenda. That would be my reasoning.
okay.
So, Ms. Zantello, the item number?
Santello.
We need to vote on this?
Well,
Yeah.
I want to pull something from that agenda.
Right,
But
right,
we
no,
need to
not,
vote on the
that's
motion
all we
first.
want to do now, the motion that's on the table now is to move 6.06 in the consent agenda, after the consent
After the
agenda.
consent
I thought
agenda.
we already
Yeah.
did that.
In-
We have to vote on that.
No, we didn't.
We have to
No, no, we have to vote on that.
Okay.
So,
The item number would be?
60, item number,
Quick
Right.
clarification. The last comment pertains to the CKLA item.
Yes.
So which item?
7.08.
7.08, yeah.
And
The new, if we're moving it to consent, to just prior to consent agenda,
No, after consent agenda.
after consent
Right,
agenda.
right.
Making
Right,
it
Joe?
7.19,
No,
No.
we wouldn't move this to
not
consent
to
agenda.
consent, it'd be outside, so,
This would be the new 8.01.
Right.
yes.
And now everything in 8 becomes
Would be going
9.
down.
Yes.
8.01, and that's why I just wanted to
8.01.
clarify
Yep,
for the record.
that's great.
I just want to, yeah, because also the thing is, the community might be wondering, you know, we are actually thinking through this as we're sitting here. So please forgive us and, you know, we just want to apologize because this is the board meeting and we are just doing this as we are moving right along. Now that we have no more discussion, I want to call for the vote and say all of those in favor, say aye and raise your right hand. Aye. All of those who are opposed, say no or raise your right hand. Any abstentions? And if hearing none, motion passes. Okay, where are we?
7.08.
Consent
It's
agenda.
consent agenda.
All right, we're on consent agenda. Does anyone wants to pull any item from the consent agenda? Okay.
Now I go. I'm going to get my
All right,
word.
all right, all right.
I want to pull 7.08.
7.08.
Me
okay.
too.
All right. All right. Okay, Director Margal.
Yep, so, 7:03
03, okay.
and 7:04.
04, okay.
7:16.
7:16. Okay,
I move that we accept the consent agenda minus 7.03, 7.04, 7.08, and 7.16.
Second.
any discussion?
Oh, I forgot the consent agenda, 7.19 too, or the supplemental report, my bad, supplemental.
Oh, supplemental, you want to pull that?
No, I
Oh,
want
yeah,
to
okay,
include
yeah,
that, my
yeah,
bad.
Do we need to amend the motion?
I second his amended motion.
Okay, nice. Now, any discussion? Hearing none. All of those in favor, raise your right hand and say aye.
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 All of those who are opposed, say no and raise your right hand. Any abstentions? Motion passes. All right, now we're consent agenda and
7.03.
7.03, yes.
You wanted to pull that?
I need a motion for,
I make a motion for 7.03 Kent Schools Foundation Classroom Enrichment Grants Acceptance.
I second.
any discussion?
I just want to do a shout out to the Kent Schools Foundation for their continued support of our district.
Yes.
When we look at that pie chart, we will take funds. And I appreciate them and the efforts of the board that runs that and the donors that give to that and just the just longstanding large-scale impact that this has on our district. And as much as I would love that we never, ever would have to have funding like this, that it was 100% taken care of from the state. That is not the world that we live in today. And so in the world that we do, thank you very, very much for all of this.
I echo that. It really is.
I'm just curious about the school rock garden. I'm very excited about this, so please invite me when that gets done.
Me too.
Any more discussion? Hearing none. All of those in favor, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All of those who are opposed, say no or raise your right hand. Any abstentions? Motion passes. I need a motion for 7.04.
I make a motion for 7.04 Kent Ridge High School Chatelaines Dance Team to Dallas, Texas field trip and student travel authorization.
Second.
Any discussion?
I just want to do a shout out for 20-time state winning Kent Ridge Chatelaines. There's a long legacy and hard work that goes into what they do. And the officers have been traveling to Texas for a very long time and help the enrichment and really the leadership that the Chatelaines bring, and just love the support of the arts and just school pride. I think it is exciting for generations to look back and see just the participation. So whatever that looks like in our different schools, I know I did have to shout out the 20-time state winning again, just to say it one more time there for the Chatelaines. But I know that we have some really amazing programs throughout our district.
Yes.
And may they all get a moment of shout out.
Yes. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any more discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All of those in favor, raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, say no or raise your right hand. Any abstentions? Motion passes. I need a motion for 7.16.
No, 7.08.
Oh, I'm sorry, 7.08. I apologize. Oh, now, I need to call, okay, go ahead, make the
I'm
motion.
going to make the motion
Yeah.
first. I move the Instructional Materials Committee, IMC adoption, core knowledge, language arts, and, sorry, CKLA, I can't
I
read that.
second.
Yeah.
Any oh, now, I didn't need discussion, but I have a comment that Steve Thatcher.
Good evening, Superintendent Vela, Vice President Farah, and members of the board. I'm Steve Thatcher. I'm the proud principal at Grass Lake Elementary School, home of the Gators, best in all the Northwest, as my very sweet and smart students cheered this morning at our Spirit Assembly. I'm here to ask for your unanimous vote as a board in favor of the CKLA curriculum. Our district, along with a number of other high-performing neighboring districts, has unintentionally participated in educational malpractice for years by neglecting to systematically implement a literacy curriculum aligned with deep and well-established body of reading pedagogical research. Our data shows that 1 out of 10 sixth graders don't have basic phonics skills, and half of our 8th graders are below grade level in reading as of our most recent winter iReady diagnostic. That's an educational emergency. The CKLA adoption agenda item before you offers the 28 elementary schools in KSD a true shot at achieving systems coherence, as Superintendent Vela has called for in our district, rather than the often piecemeal, scattershot approach of our current literacy curriculum implementation. The agenda item before you is a step towards a research-based curriculum that you can confidently tell our stakeholders represents the best of reading research. The tragedy is we've had this research-based reading pedagogical knowledge as a profession for decades. For example, Dr. Joseph Torgeson, a preeminent reading researcher from the University of Florida, wrote, quote, "In broad strokes, struggling readers will benefit from the same approach to reading instruction as children with normal abilities in this area, structured, systematic, and explicit. As experienced teachers understand, we cannot assume that these children will acquire any necessary skill for reading words unless they are directly taught that skill and receive sufficient opportunities to practice it. Some of the word-level skills and knowledge these children require instruction in include phonemic awareness, letter-sound correspondence, blending sounds, a small number of pronunciation conventions like the silent E, and so on." Close quote. Dr. Torgeson wrote those words 25 years ago in 1998. And yet our current curriculum fails to systematically and thoroughly teach children these reading skills. I had the opportunity actually to learn from Dr. Torgeson during my special education graduate work 15 years ago. He said even more emphatically then that we know how to teach every student to read, every student. The science is settled. It's simply a matter, if we have the will, to systematically implement what research has shown us time and again that we must do to teach all students to read. The CKLA curriculum is grounded in these very same research-based principles Dr. Torgeson wrote about 25 years ago. Is CKLA a perfect curriculum? Of course not. Is it the only curriculum that could accomplish this goal? No. But the process of vetting and piloting CKLA and KSD has been thorough. By delaying the adoption beyond this evening, we put thousands of KSD students at risk for functional illiteracy. The time is now, and our students and staff need your unanimous vote in favor of the CKLA adoption tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Discussion.
Do you want me to go first? Or?
You can go first.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for being here, and I'm glad to hear you say that. There was a letter I got, and I talked to this teacher in another school, and she had some grave concerns about the adoption of this curriculum, and we had a long discussion. And to be perfectly honest, I don't go through all the curriculum, study it all. I'm not an educator by profession. I am college educated and have worked professionally for 32 years, but I'm not an expert on all this. I do know that it's really important for kids to read, and I, have mentored and tutored and saw the difference in one-on-one help with that. So I'm kind of struggling with, and I'm hoping that the IMC committee, and you just mentioned, which is a reminder that this was elongated, to do more research on it. Obviously, I want our kids to have the best. She brought up a lot of points that she didn't feel that this was the best curriculum. And I honestly, because I don't know for myself, she brought up the idea that it wasn't really good for equity with all our kids. She said there wasn't not enough people on the committee where this is going to be used a lot. And I honestly haven't cross-referenced that to where it's going to be piloted or stuff. So it's a lot of money. And I think we need to invest a lot of money. But I'm just I'm just kind of wavering. I mean, it was thrown in here at the last minute, honestly, that I got this email, or I would have had time to do more research, but we were expected to do a vote tonight. So those are some concerns that she brought forward, and to be perfectly honest, I don't have all the answers to that, you know, because I haven't had time to research it. I know you, and I've talked to you several times. I have great faith in you. I think I'm not trying to say that I don't, or anybody on the committee. It's just, I'm wondering if I could know from staff what happens if we kick this down the road a little bit. I mean, I know it's on for a vote, but, I mean, are there critical times that we have to do this?
I appreciate your questions, and that's part of this discussion. So I'd like to have Mr. Pan come up and first start with the background information, and then have his staff answer some of your questions. Mr. Pan.
Good evening, Vice President Farah, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, Ms. Santello. I have members of our team here who can answer questions that you may have, and would be happy to do so. I think to the general question of not taking action tonight or taking action and moving this to a later date, does it have impacts? Absolutely it does, because when we go, we need the approval to be able to move forward with purchasing curricular materials, and then the logistics behind those purchases, as you can imagine, especially for something like a significant core material adoption, would be significant. So what that magnitude of impact might be would be contingent upon the degree of delay, but we not only have to make those purchases if we do move forward with an adoption, but we have to get them into schools, and then we would have to make sure that they are in the hands of staff prior to the beginning of next year.
And I appreciate that, but do you mind if I?
Oh, go for it.
We're talking 2 weeks here, though, and $5 million. I can't imagine that we're cutting it that close to get the curriculum, that they wouldn't get here before school starts for a $5 million purchase, if that's the decision.
Yes, what I would say is when you are looking in, especially in the spring, for any major curricular purchases, there are time constraints. So, you know, to that question, does it substantially delay it if it's a week or two? I couldn't answer that, but I do know that we're not the only district that is working with these vendors, and so it's not a scenario that's in isolation, right? So you have other districts working with these vendors who are also in queue for those deliveries as well.
I'd like to add for the board that Mr. Pan didn't share, it's also professional development. There were several schools that piloted. I believe there were 10.
There were 10 that had indicated, 9 that officially completed that field test this year.
Thank you. So what I wanted to add, it's not simply just getting the product here. It's about training, professional development, and before that. So I would add, Director Margell, that a week or two would make a difference if it were delayed in any way. Having been involved in curriculum resource orders, they don't all come in at once, especially if it's a large order. And you're going to need to make sure that you get it as early as possible. I'm not saying it would, I'm saying it could, depending on the product getting here in time to do that.
And I can add another piece of that as well. Even though we were doing that field test this year, I think you can speak to any number of staff at the buildings or in the central office that were involved in that effort this year. We did not have all of those materials at the beginning of the year, despite our best efforts.
I'm wondering, Mr. Pan, if I think there's a minority report usually written with the IMC, is that correct? A majority and then a minority, why they had some issues? Am I privy to know what that had?
I'll invite Dr. Christine Corbley here to answer that question, our Executive Director for Secondary Teaching and Learning.
Superintendent Vela, Vice President Farah, Board of Directors. We don't usually do a minority report. The vote was a 15-3 to move this forward, curriculum forward, but we don't usually do a minority report around that.
Okay. And the 9 schools, do you recall which schools they were piloted at?
I am going to let our
I'm
elementary,
I'm
we're a
sorry.
tag team today, it's okay. Who can reel those names, all those names off of the 9 schools who
I
participated?
appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Superintendent Vela, Vice President Farah, members of the board, Director Margell, it's nice to see you. I'm Cynthia Green. I'm the Executive Director over Teaching and Learning for Elementary. It's been my distinct pleasure to work through this field test and curriculum adoption process for KSD. We have 9 schools starting with, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to start with Ridgewood, Ridgewood, Sunrise. Just a moment. Millennium. Oh my goodness, someone's whispering in the background. Yes, Sawyer Woods. Kent. It's stage fright up here. I am so sorry. I will get all of them to you in order. I'm drawing a blank, 5 out of 9.
Right.
But I am happy to field other questions.
Not a problem.
I did have a question about, I see that there's kind of a cost breakdown for dual language, and I know that that's, could you speak a little bit about the impact and how that works within our dual language program is something that's we've invested in as a district?
Yes, with the dual language side, one piece that is really important to note with this resource and recommendation is that we're really looking at a fully aligned resource, a Tier 1 core instruction resource for how we teach literacy. Part of the expectations, too, from the dyslexia legislation expect that we have an evidence-based program to teach reading and to screen for indicators of reading difficulty. So with the dual language programs, this is an aligned resource. The initial review committee with over 75 members had concerns around equity of resources with the Caminos resource for dual language. So part of the reason to field test this, because that program was in development, was to use the resource and give it time to develop and compare resources on the SLA side to the ELA side. So with the dual language program, then the cost for, there are about 600 students in our dual language program. And so then too, with this price, you're looking at 6 years with this resource.
The letter mentioned, and believe me, I haven't researched this, so forgive me. I'm using this teacher as a resource. Said that most of the schools that were piloted were not Title I, so it skews the data. Could you speak to that at all?
I sure can. So the 9 schools were Daniel Elementary, Horizon Elementary, Emerald Park Elementary, Millennium, Kent Elementary, Sue's Creek, Sawyer Wood, Sunrise, and Ridgewood. I should note Emerald Park only piloted 3-5, where everyone else piloted K-5. Your schools were balanced. They were selected looking at tiered fidelity reading data through the MTSS process, their student academic data. We looked at principals in the building to make sure that they had years of experience in taking on a new resource and leading it. We wanted to support that. So we did balance and ensure we had schools that were not only Title I schools, but non-title schools, and that they were representative of all of the strands.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Director Hamar, I'd like to add for the board, as a reading methods trained. Title I, I think we heard a great presentation about students at Hope, right? Because a student attends a Title I does not mean they're less than, meaning a resource. As we look at a resource, I think what I heard Ms. Green say, when you pilot it, you look at all readers. I will say there are readers at Sawyer Woods, at Grass Lake, that also need to have a guaranteed and viable curriculum and resource in core instruction. So I'm just saying that whether they're Title I or not, it's about the resource and how we go about implementation, which includes professional development and the need to be able to have a resource in Tier 1 that's guaranteed across the district. And you heard, I think, earlier in comments that we have kind of a patch meal of resources that we've been trying to do that with. That is not consistent and would not help any reader that's struggling, whether they're at Sawyer Words, at Grass Lake, at Ridgewood, or at Kent Elementary. So I just wanted to share that from that perspective. It's not just about Title I, it's about every reader that needs support in Tier 1 and core instruction.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Wait. So you all set with questions?
That was the end of my questions on the dual language. I do have one more comment that I just think that maybe this is an indication for something of this magnitude, that I very much don't like feeling hey, if we don't do this now, we're not going to get this, so we don't feel like we can get our questions answered fully. So this might be something that going forward, that we don't have these items in the consent agenda and that we have more of a presentation around them, because your words are very impactful and it makes a big difference to hear about this and what was being considered. And what were you worried about at the beginning? What did you test for? So we can,
Challenges, right?
because we are not experts on curriculum, so we very much value the opinions of those around us. So that's all that I'm saying on this one is, I don't like feeling backed up against a corner that I have to make a decision or we're not going to have curriculum for our students. And that's not a good place to be. And so please don't put us in that position without all of this, maybe in a bigger, on things of this magnitude, is my only point.
Right. Director Benner.
Okay, so I have a couple of things. So I am a leader in curriculum, so but high school health and
I definitely
psychology
said
only.
this over here. I definitely said, we know we have teachers over here.
Actually, yeah, the teachers are there.
So elementary is not my specialty, so I went and did some research. And while everything I read talks about how scientifically based the curriculum is, my biggest concerns was the dual language, and I don't like hearing that the dual language piece is going to be kind of piecemeal. I don't like that, because I don't feel like that's equitable. And so then I feel like, to me, we need to find something else to support that. The other thing is, as I'm reading and looking at samples and stuff, is like the minimal racial and social justice stuff in the reading and the curriculum. And I think that as a district that's going to pride ourselves in focusing on racial and social justice, the curriculum we pick has to mirror the community, and people cannot be left out. So like, I know I'm gay and I'm talking about it all the time, but like my community is not represented in that. And I feel like that if we're going to spend millions of dollars on curriculum, it should reflect the community that lives in this district. And so to me, that's a big tipping point for me, because I think that's BS. And so if we're going to spend money, we need to do some research, and we need to make sure that it represents the entire community that goes to school in our district. So that's a whole other thing. And we shouldn't have to spend money on supplemental text to add different pieces in there to represent community. The other thing is like the OSPI equity audit tool. So I'm asking a question I already know, but I'm going to ask it anyway. What were the results of the OSPI equity tool that you used?
Yes. Thank you for your questions. And I just want to circle back. The dual language resource won't be piecemealed, but it was being completed this year during the field test. So what they found, this was one of the initial asks for more information from the review committee to ensure that it was the right resource for our students. There was an initial bias review that was completed, and then again, another bias review this school year. From that, we acknowledged that no curricular resource is completely without bias, but no bias was found in the following: variety of roles, characters, and traits, imagery and language, and family representation. The committee did note bias or underrepresentation in different genders and gender identity. It was minimal in grades 2 and 3. Images, text to address a stereotype or bias, second grade, they noted Unit 2, the tiger, Brahmin, and the jackal exhibited tokenism. Third grade, Unit 1, Wind and the Willows, the use of the word gypsies. Family representation, there was a range of configuration, minimal across K-5. And multicultural representation, literary examples that accurately reflect the culture, languages, traditions, beliefs, values, and customs of people from diverse backgrounds. Kindergarten, Unit 6, culminating activity. Second grade, Unit 2, Lesson 6, Diwali, inclusivity. Kindergarten, Unit 9, Unit 11. Second grade, Unit 7, third unit, and Unit 10, a few lessons told from a settler's point of view. The core knowledge language arts curriculum has a skills component where we're teaching the big five of reading, and you often hear that now as the science of reading. The main reason that we teach reading to our students is so that they comprehend what they read with fluency and automaticity. The other areas that are explicit to the science of reading, or the big five as we used to call them, phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and then that comprehension. In the skills portion of this resource, they're focused on science of reading skills and then being taught systematically and explicitly. The knowledge side, where you're asking about representation and how that fits, they are dense units, more than we can teach within knowledge. So the committee looked through mitigation. They are suggesting replacing units or stories with research units that can be a part of CKLA that we think are stronger. There are also readwork stories that are tied to this resource that we can replace. We can eliminate some of those knowledge pieces that just don't fit or serve our community the way that they can or should. We can also, as we work, the mitigating strategy is to use authentic images from Google Slides. We can also do some mitigation around family representation and then also with multicultural representation too. So very thoughtful work from the bias committee, those using and piloting the resource, and they really outweighed, is this a resource that the benefit for our students? And one thing that I think is really important in Kent School District to talk about as educators and honoring educators and their professional judgment is how we prioritize our resource. This is one resource that will help us teach in a systematic and coherent way, but it is the teacher that delivers the resource that reaches his or her students.
Ultimately, I do a lot of curricular training. So one of the things I always talk about when I talk about inclusivity in curricular resources, are you familiar with mirrors, windows, and sliding glass doors? And for those of you who aren't, the idea of that curriculum should always be mirrors where students can see themselves in the curriculum. Doesn't matter what the curriculum is. And every student should see themselves in that mirror. Windows, students should be able to look out the window and see all the beautiful colors in their community, all the beautiful people in their community, themselves, their families, their friends. They should be able to look out and see all of them. That should be in the curriculum as well. And the last piece is sliding glass doors, which I think is great, is the idea that students can imagine themselves to be whatever they want to be. Doesn't matter their background, race, ethnicities, genders. They can imagine themselves to be doctors, nurses, astronauts, whatever they want to be. They can look at their curriculum. It can inspire them to be whatever they want to be. And I feel like, based on what I've heard and based on what I researched, while the science may be strong, I don't think that it supports what I believe is very important in mirrors, windows, and sliding glass doors, where curriculum, where we're hearing is there might be some stuff that are minimal or not great in the equity piece. But I think that while the science of reading, students need to be able to see themselves in the curriculum that we present to our students. And if we're gonna spend money on it, and it already sounds like we have to remove and add some things, I know that no curriculum is going to be perfect. I just don't feel that outweighs the importance of students seeing themselves. Like, to me, that's more important. But there's 5 of us up here, so.
So I'm troubled a little bit by what's taking place in this conversation. As a board of directors, it's our job to look at policy and basically operate at the 30,000-foot level, not to micromanage. So you have already basically saw Principal Thatcher point out that very clearly our reading scores are not where they need to be. And the question is how to address that change. You have heard the professional staff point out that they have been trying to address that, and in looking at their choices, went out and field tested it in 9 different schools. The next step is the IMC, which is composed of professionals to pass judgment on the adequacy of what was presented based on the results of the field testing. And now to come along and challenge that when basically the district should be following the policy that they create for adoption of curriculum by going through those steps, which they did do and which we should be supporting.
And Tim, I hear you. I do. And I very much hear that we're not substituting our, and as we even self-proclaimed, non-expert opinions on curriculum for those of the, over on this side.
This side of the.
Over on this side. But I don't think it's bad to ask the questions of what was the process by which we came up with this, right? And we're not, I am not, I won't speak for anybody else on the board. I am not substituting my judgment for the larger board, but I guess I am trying to understand the process. What other curriculum maybe was looked at, why were they ruled out, and maybe trying to understand that a little bit better. And I don't think that that's necessarily a bad question to ask. And so, because to your point, I don't think that there is going to be a perfect curriculum.
Yeah.
And thank goodness we have really smart people that can help supplement kind of all of those different things, so.
Yeah, I would just like to say absolutely not. I think your question about the processes is actually right on. That is a good question. And then to Director Clark about the boards as a whole, was the process followed, was the policy that you yourselves have in place.
Yeah.
And that's what I think what the team has shared, and they're here to answer any additional questions like you had, Director Margell. But I think, Director Hamada, you also had another question.
Well, on another point, again, in a perfect world, I wouldn't have seen this email today, and it came through at 6:11 a.m. So that's how much time, plus everything else I've been doing today to try to get ready. So I didn't have time to do research. So please do not think I'm not valuing what you're saying, because I am. You are the experts. But I do think it's also part of my job as a board director to represent my community and ask questions. And yes, we have to follow policy, but I just wanted some particulars, and I do appreciate that very much.
Anyone else?
I have a question, but I just don't think it's appropriate. I'm trying to figure out how to ask it without, but I guess I'm just gonna ask it, and then y'all can chastise me.
Ask it, Joe. Don't care about
No one does that.
Don't worry about that.
Like, I wanna know what the composition of the IMC committee is. But I know that's rude, but I think it's important
It's
to
a good
kinda
question.
know if it's a mostly white cisgender women, it's gonna be, I'm gonna think differently about that than if it's a more diverse group of people. Does that make sense?
Well,
That
I am
is a
happy
good,
to
valid
say
question.
that Dr. Corbally will answer that for you.
I also don't want it to sound like tokenizing, like we have this one community member.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that's the problem with that question, but I just want to know
Before
if there was, what the makeup is in general.
Before Dr. Corbally answers, I would also like the board to consider, even though there's diverse group, there's diversity of thought.
Yes.
Within it, just to assume that someone is diverse is going to be.
Doesn't mean.
Yeah, and I know you know that, I just wanted to point that out.
He's validating.
I feel like I do all the time.
No, just.
Say it, Joe.
I say that respectfully, really,
Absolutely,
because
yeah,
having been through a lot of these different committees, not just the IMC.
Optics is
that
very
we sometimes think from our filter that having that diverse person there is simply good enough. And that's not good enough. It's diverse thought from that person. That's actually important. And so, but I wanted to have Dr. Corbally share what was the makeup of that group?
Great intro.
I can't give you the exact makeup, but what I can tell you is there are certain things we can't ask. We go out, we open up our committee to anybody who would like to be. We make sure it is representative of across the district and schools across the district. And when you have over 75 teachers who and administrators who participated in this process, not counting the field test, just in the first round of, because this was a very unusual sort of process. It's taken us 2 years. That's not the norm for our adoptions. I don't ask about sexual orientation when I put people on a committee, so I can't tell you what that is and what our representation was on that. We don't have good diversity of staff, as you well know, in our schools. We do the best we can. There were people of color. There were people who English is their second language on our committee. Elementary is primarily female, but we had both males and females on our committee. And so we try and do the best we can to make sure that there's diversity, both of thought, grade level, and representation. It is not always easy to do that, and so we always can do a better job when it comes to that, but we do the best we can with the staff that we have that want to come to the table to actually participate. It's an intense amount of time that you are asking a teacher to participate after hours, in between time, in order to evaluate these curriculums. And so, is it as diverse as we would like it to be? No, I can honestly say it's not. Did we do the best we could to bring that diversity to the table? Yes, we did.
I appreciate your honesty. I really do. I appreciate that.
That was a really hard question. Thank you for
And you noticed my partner passed it off to me.
Thank you,
Which is
Dr.
okay.
Corbett.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Corbett, for sharing what you could and how you did it, and that the process was also followed, so thank you for that. Any
other?
Vice President Farah?
No? Still want to say something? Leslie, have something to say?
No, I just wish we had more time, that's all.
Yeah. Always.
Thank you.
Okay.
If there are no other questions, thank you,
If there's
Mr.
no,
Pan.
thank you.
Oh, boy.
Okay, hearing none. I will call for a vote.
No, I just,
You're gonna say
sure,
something?
I
You're
will say
right.
one more time.
Say.
I think that there's a lot of thought that went into this. It wasn't like they drew somebody out of a hat.
Right.
I appreciate and realize that there's a process established. I appreciate being able to ask about that process and hearing the thoughtful answers on that. And I think that as a district, we need to somewhat
do better.
No, actually, I think I appreciate that we follow the processes that we have. I think it would be nice to have more people on different committees. I think that, right? And don't we feel that? We wish we had more people always in our audience. We wish that we had more, right? But we all feel the strapping of time, and so I don't want to supersede the process based off of just because I didn't go through the entire process myself.
And I just want to add that it is, right, all of it, questions asked, and I really appreciate Joe asking that question because the person of color, this district, it's really important because we have a system that's designed by white people for white people, and we want to teach kids of color in that system. So every question we ask is very important. But I just wanted to just also reiterate, it's one person who sent that email at the last minute when they could have been involved in the process way back when it was being decided. Put their input, say what they have to say so that can be. So, I mean, all of those questions it's really good to ask, but this person that sent the email, I mean, I really want to say to that person, please get involved beforehand and before it comes to us so that we can make an informed decision. It's really important because the community needs to be involved. And I'm sorry to say that it is not as diverse as we'd like to do because this district is more than 70%, 71% people of color. But we know it is more than 80% teachers are white. So.
I'm just trying to process, like, if we postpone this for 2 weeks, is that gonna do anything? Like, vote-wise, knowledge-wise, and like, I just don't know if more research would help with that or not. Like, I don't even know.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, what would that do? Like 2 weeks, what would that do?
Superintendent Bella, would you address that, please?
Yeah, I think I answered that one earlier, that there's no guarantee that it would not be enough time after 2 weeks, and there's no guarantee that But getting this done based on your conversation that you just had, that's what you're looking at. And I do know, having done these orders before, they don't come all in at the same time. Sometimes they do, and you need a place to put everything so that you can get it out to where the trainings are happening, et cetera. And I think that's the biggest piece I think the board should consider.
And that's like, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, respectfully, Tim, we can say that with everything. Yes, if we delayed this vote 2 weeks, because this is now the 4th time since I've joined the board that this has come up, that if we don't make a decision tonight and spend the money, then we're not going to be able to get something. And to be frank, that is not the conditions by which we spend money. That's not the decisions by which we make decisions. Do I think that this is a good curriculum or not? That's a totally beside the point. But the idea that you're backing people's votes on this dais based off of when or when not we're going to get curriculum is not the way to do things. And that for that reason alone, I appreciate your answer, but absolutely, that is not how you make a good decision, because it's a good decision and that the process was followed and we had open availability to be able to look at the curriculum and that we have incredibly smart people that have looked at it and voted it 15-3. That's why you make a decision, not because you're going to delay it by 2 weeks and our back is against the wall. And actually, I'm so tired of hearing that. Sorry.
Yeah.
It is 4th time since September.
Well, I don't want to elongate this conversation, but Vice President Farah, I would be amiss that if the conversation I had with this teacher, there were reasons why it was brought at the last minute, very valid reasons, and she had tried other things before, so I don't want to throw her under the bus.
Right.
Because I want people to
Absolutely,
comment.
yeah,
you know.
I appreciate it.
So,
I just wanted to make sure that, because we have a committee that is.
I agree.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
So it has been a while, I think, quite some time. So I really want us to have the ability so that we can encourage the community to step forward and make sure that they are involved, because our kids depend on this. And we're sitting here for the community, and we can't be everywhere. We always want to solicit the community's input so that we can be better stewards of this district.
Absolutely.
And ultimately, I guess the other part of it is I feel like that's one of my jobs as a board director.
Right.
If I feel like something's missed, or I feel like we can go deeper into something, then I can vote in favor or against something, because I feel like, in my judgment and representative of my community and the people I've talked to, because I've done my research since our 2x2 meeting.
Right.
So to me, I feel confident, but I'm sure not everyone does.
Right.
But I feel like, just to put out there, I feel like that's my role as an elected official, and I'm going to vote what my conscience is based on the feedback I get from my community. And if people don't like it, they don't have to vote for me, or they can put someone else here, and that's okay too.
Any more discussion?
Great conversation.
That's really great conversation.
I think we
like
had
that.
great conversation.
I like that.
Yes.
Anyone else want to add anything? Hearing none? Going once? I will call for the vote. I know. I want to call for the vote. All of those in favor, say aye and raise your right hand. Aye. All of those who are opposed, say no or raise your right hand.
I'm going to say no, sorry.
No problem. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, now, after that long discussion, 7.16. Yeah.
Acceptance.
Yeah. I need a motion for.
Move to approve 7.16 gift acceptance.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I have a couple of things that were quite notable. I want to acknowledge the Meridian Elementary PTA, who managed to acquire $1,600 to pay for a student's field trip expenses, which is a real effort.
Nice.
I certainly have to salute the Seattle Seahawks.
Yay.
Their donation for supplies, transportation, and stipends, which went all the way up to $16,000 in cash and $6,000 in equipment.
Nice.
Would like to acknowledge a $1,000 donation from Shutterfly for the student needs at Kent Meridian. I assume that's in photography.
Yes.
$1,000 raised by Horizon Elementary for Field Day, which is always a wonder to watch. And finally, of course, the Special Olympics of Washington.
Yes,
Because we work
absolutely.
and coordinate with them.
Yes.
They came through with money for coordination, coach stipends, equipment and uniform purchases and transportation to the tune of $31,500. And we greatly appreciate that. And Horizon Elementary came up with a donation worth $3,165 for a memorial bench and outdoor tables for student seating.
Nice.
And with that, I move we adopt.
Any more discussion? None? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, say aye or raise your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no and raise your right hand. Any abstentions? Motion carries. We are now in the informational 8.01.
Election of officer.
Oh, 8.0, what's that? 8.0 what? Oh, yeah, 8001, yes, election of officers, yes. It's right here. All right. I forgot that we moved it to 8.01. I thought we were going to move it to the bottom. All right, 8.01 is reorg of Board of Directors and election officers. Is there move for motion?
You ask for nomination.
Can I ask for a motion? Can I ask for a motion?
Yeah, it's right there.
Oh, okay. Because it's in informational, so I don't know how.
This is you.
Okay, okay.
So you ask. It's nomination.
Okay. So I'll ask, but I'll read the policy first. Okay, so I want to read the policy. According to Board Policy 1210, at the regularly scheduled board meeting in December, right? And I'm going to say that because normally that's when our election happens, but in this special circumstance, we have to do it now. All board directors will elect from among members as president, a vice president. I won't say legislative representative because we already have a legislative representative. And and then that will be serving in the last, whatever is left of this year. Per Policy 1210, on a roll call, vote for all members of the board is required for the election of board officers, and a majority vote for all members of the board is required for any person to be elected or selected for such a positions.
Director Farrar.
Yes.
So I wanted to follow up to, I think Director Margell wanted clarity on the policy.
yes.
We got that.
Okay.
So I wanted you to read that first, and then
Okay, yes.
I'd like to have Mr. Brockvogel and Ms. Holly come up. Ms. Holly will, I think she did checked on the policy for WASDA and for the board's policy.
okay.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Brockvogel will talk about the pieces on Washington state law. Ms. Holly.
Ms. Holly.
Good evening, Vice President Farah, members of the board, Superintendent Vela, and Ms. Santello. Director Margell, I know what you were talking about, but it was in WASDA model policy, not our policy. And so I wanted to let you know, WASDA updated theirs April 2017, and there said a newly appointed board member will not be eligible to serve as an officer unless a majority of the board has been appointed. That's WASDA's. Ours was updated June 2019, and that line is not in there. So, just for clarity, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then
Can I
I
ask a-
think,
Policy number?
No, can I ask a follow-up question?
to the policy, please.
Because ultimately, we're not electing all positions, we're just electing president, right? And the off chance that we say
Right.
Director Farrar or Vice President Farrar is president, then we have to do a vice president election.
Right.
Is that correct?
That's absolutely.
Yes.
wanna
Perfect
be clear.
transition into.
Yeah.
To
Brockvogel,
Mr.
'cause
Proggle.
You're absolutely right, Director Benno,
Yes.
potentially, yes. So I wanted to go ahead and have Mr. Brockvogel go ahead and clarify.
Yeah, so with those policies, as you know, there's references to statutory requirements.
Right.
There is no such restriction that is in the WASDA policy, and for the life of me, I don't know why it would be in there. And I'm glad this board in its wisdom rejected that restriction. But you are free, in other words, to nominate
Ms. Margell and elect Ms. Margell
Thank you.
under state law and.
And then also
policy.
to Director Bennell's question, depending on how that goes, it could be, the question was that if the nominations go away where the vice president is not needed to be voted on. I think that's where you were getting, so that's what he was saying. So could you address that piece, please?
Right, if, for example, Director Farah is elected president, then the vice president's position would be vacant. And under our policy, there's a strong preference that it be filled as soon as possible, if not immediately. So then the next vote could and should be for filling the vice president's spot.
Is that all?
Yep.
Is that answer?
Thank you.
Okay.
Point of clarification, and this has kind of been a contention in me long before this, but to get up here and not even know if people have interest in being the presidents or not having the time to do it, how is that handled?
I think just through public discussion. There's no silver
So
bullet.
if you nominate them and they say they don't have the time, how, is that
That's acceptable.
adequate?
They decline.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
certainly.
So can we talk about the process? Sorry, I feel like I'm saying process. I should get like a sticker for each time. So today, somebody's nominated, seconded, and then discussion on that particular person. And then anybody else is nominated. I'm sorry, we don't have the sheets in front of it, so I want to make sure I'm doing this right.
Yeah.
There's no discussion?
No, Dr. Margell, the protocol's in front of.
It's going to be
Yes.
read?
Right, yeah.
It's
I'm
going to
gonna
be
read it
read
just right here.
similar to what we have done before, and, yeah. So there wouldn't be discussion.
So when is the,
The first is the president.
no, I get
Where-
that,
where?
but where in the process does somebody say that they want to accept that nomination or not?
Yeah.
That's what I'm not seeing in the.
That's the question for nominations. You may also decline, but
Right.
Dr.
There's enough latitude in what we're doing to have a discussion in the middle of that. For example, if you are the second nominee, you say, look, I just can't do this. I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
And then somebody says, well, why not? I think you'd be good. There's nothing prohibiting us from having those discussions.
Okay, and we would do that after each nomination, not.
You can, and I think there's enough latitude in this. The statute is silent on that kind of procedure. It just says roll call.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, ready?
Okay. You're good.
Okay.
We're good.
Are we ready? It's been like.
I think the process
It's
is
a really
important.
testing day. All right, I will ask nomination for board president.
This is sad.
I would nominate Owali Farrar.
I second the nomination.
Board names. Now I'm gonna start with board name.
Don't you have to ask like 3 times if
Right,
there's any
right,
other?
right.
Yes.
Anybody, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, yeah.
Continue asking for additional nominations.
For additional nomination, yeah,
Part of the protocol.
right. I'll ask a vote for nomination, separate.
Second bullet.
Wait a minute, second bullet. Where?
So you've asked for.
Right, right.
Now you go to this.
President, okay, yeah, okay, our nominations, yeah. Okay, yeah, are there any other nominations?
I nominate Director Joe Bento.
I second it.
Are there any other nominations?
Yeah, that's the third one.
Hearing none, I'll close for the nomination.
Wait,
Whoa,
can we?
Whoa, we need to have a discussion here. This is,
Is discussion part of it?
well, I need to
I didn't know
know,
that discussion was part
Is
of it.
I want to know if everybody's okay with their nominations.
As you look at me.
I am, because we've had these.
Because I know what it's like to have
Yeah.
a job that's outside of this and family commitments, and I just, is this what you want?
Right. But we're not discussing. But I will do the will of the body.
Okay.
That's what I'll
Okay,
decide.
that's fair.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fair.
thank you.
Okay. So I'll call for the vote, right?
You're closing.
I'll just, I
closing.
already closed it, but then there was
Okay.
discussion, yeah.
You go for each.
Which one, yeah? Board,
So,
yes.
point- do we have to get to a unanimous, or is it a
I think,
majority?
yeah, I just also want to say this. I don't want to be a vice president. I resigned from being vice president. So I want to be a regular board member. So we're going to have to find out who's going to be the vice president. I'm going to start with Director Clark.
But can we pause for a second?
Right.
I guess, is that a new, are you resigning vice president? Is that new?
I don't want to be a vice president.
So are you putting in your official?
I'm resigning from the vice president because as soon as we vote for the president, now I'm automatically the vice president, correct? Because I haven't.
Yes.
Right? According to the rules.
Yes.
So I don't want to be the vice president. So the body has to now go through the motion of electing a vice president, is what I'm saying.
Can I ask the process on that? I feel, because don't we have to accept the resignation? I feel like there's other
Mr.
stuff.
Brockvogel?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have, when a board member resigns, there's sort of a written requirement, then a motion to accept. And we replicated that when Director Clark resigned the president job a couple weeks ago, anyway. We didn't need to do that. That didn't apply to that as I looked at the statute. So a verbal resignation is acceptable, is what I'm saying. There's no need for this board to accept that resignation by motion. He has the right to resign.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other discussions? Anyone else wants to say
I'm having
something?
a lot of feelings right now, and I'm trying to process my feelings. So I don't know. I mean, yes, but I don't know how to verbalize it at the second. I'm not always the best on speaking off the top of my head.
So we need to make a decision. So
I guess I just feel like it's kind of manipulative. So right, and so I don't know how to process that, and so I'm just trying to. But I don't think that's what's happening. But that's I'm trying to process.
How more can I say? I'm the only person of color on this board. I stepped up because Director Clark resigned. You decided that I don't qualify to be the president. It is well and done. You have decided that, right? So you have to live with that. Don't tell me I should be okay with being vice president. I am not okay with being vice president, and I don't feel that you even value me as a person that has been running this. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't feel any collision with you anymore. So let's move on. Let's not beat around the bush. We know why this is happening. Let's go.
Can I call for a break or a recess, please?
Yeah, I don't like this tone.
I don't like it either.
All right. Let's call it for a recess.
5 minutes.
5
good? Okay. For the record, the board has retreated into executive session, and we'll come back as planned in 3 minutes at 8:50, likely to be extended. The purpose of the executive session is to receive counsel from myself on a matter that may impact the finances or legal consequences of the district. On behalf of the board chair, we are extending executive session until 9:05, and we'll return on the record at that time.
9:06, we are back to adjourn. Okay, first order of business, I wanted to decline my nomination for the presidency. And I will go through the process of I'll ask for nomination for board president.
I nominate Joe Bento.
Second.
I will ask for nomination, any other nomination for board president? Are there any other nomination for board president? Hearing none, I'll close that nomination.
Move to approve by acclamation.
Mr. Brockwool.
I beg your forgiveness, but the statute and our code require a roll call vote.
Okay.
Okay. I call Director Clark. Who would you vote?
Aye.
Who do you vote for?
There's only one person on the nomination.
Director Beno.
I guess myself.
Director Margell.
Joe Beno.
Director Hamada.
Director Beno.
Okay.
Vice President Farah.
Right.
Sure.
Oh, Director Beno.
That now creates a vacancy for Vice
For
President.
Vice President.
And I'll nominate Leslie Hamada.
Second.
Is there any other nomination for Vice President?
I'm going to nominate Director Margell.
I second.
Any other nomination for Vice President? Hearing none, then I'll call for the roll. Director Clark.
Director Hamada.
Director Beno.
Director Margell.
Director Margell. Director Margell.
Sorry. Director Hamada.
Director Hamada.
Director Margell.
Director Margell. So with that,
Do we have to move to accept, or did we do that by our roll call vote?
Roll call.
right? Roll call vote or we just,
You just did a roll call for president, and you just did a roll call for the vice president.
Right.
So the actions have been taken, the counts are in, both nominees are elected.
thank you. Okay. That closes for item number 801. And now I want to move to the final communication, 901.
8.02 informational.
Oh, student calendar. It's informational, so we don't, yeah, we don't
Just-
do it.
that's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Can we discuss if we want to?
Right, I mean, it's informational.
you can bring
We
it
can, we can bring it up and,
Okay.
and yeah, talk about it. But it's only informational, there's no votes taken.
I'd like to pull 8.02
Okay,
for discussion.
all right. I ask for a motion.
Don't need it, just.
We don't need it, yeah, so go for it.
I just know, as a mom that tries to schedule vacations and tries to do it as much around the school calendar, but also watching the budget, that buying tickets as early as we can is just so important. And I just am applauding what I'm hearing from administration is that we're trying to move in future years to a multiple year of, obviously, that the calendars accepted by our bargaining units, thank you. Sorry, today's been kind of a crazy night. Our labor partners, and so I'd like to just say that I absolutely applaud. I know that this is a one-year calendar, but I love that we're hearing going to a multiple-year calendar so we can plan out family vacations because we know how important that time is with our kids too.
Thank you.
Anyone else? With that, I will move on to communications.
And Vice President, that we do not have any further, correct, Ms. Santel?
Superintendent Vela, Vice President Farah, and members of the board, there are no further comments for items this evening.
Okay, now we are on 9:02, board reports. I will start with Director Clark.
I just two things. I do want to express empathy with the bus drivers about Juneteenth pay. I concur. The other part, I guess, is democracy is often messy. It is a search for leadership in terms of getting through a particular situation and looking forward towards the future. As awkward as this process has been in terms of what has occurred tonight, the fact is we collectively did work through a difficult process and arrived at a conclusion. All the board directors up here have always been committed to the basic goals of equity, excellence, and support of first of all, a belief that teachers are the critical feature of the educational process in this public agency. A recognition that they need to be supported is fundamental. All of us up here believe that. And I believe that the superintendent is doing the very best that he can in trying to basically work through multiple issues in a difficult and trying year. And we are hanging together. And I hope that the public can recognize that.
Director Beno.
I too want to give kudos to the Teamsters for coming to advocate about their concerns for pay for Juneteenth. I think that's important. I guess one of the things I was thinking about is I've done a lot the last few weeks, and I always want to kind of figure out, like, is there a mechanism for board reports or where I can put things minus these meetings? Because I want to be able to talk about what I've done, where I've gone. So I'll very briefly kind of talk about what I've done, because I did miss a few meetings, and so I want people to know that I wasn't just out and about. Like, I was doing work. I was out and about. I was doing work for my union or for the board. So just to make that clear, one of the things, the night of the 29th, I think I missed, I had a union meeting that day because we were preparing for a representative assembly, and I'm the vice chair of that, so I needed to be there. I was also at the National School Board Association conference, the 30th through the 3rd or 4th, I forget. We also did a Kent City Council meeting. I also went, with my union hat on, I went to the WA Representative Assembly. I also presented at the LGBTQ Social Justice and Leadership Conference. It was in Vegas this last weekend. I also went to the Kent Educators of Color Network Toolkit meeting yesterday, focusing on LGBTQ plus issues. And we could talk about this another time, but I've heard a lot of concerns from elementary teachers at that meeting about concerns about their administrators telling them not to talk about LGBTQ. One teacher said that one administrator told her not to put up a picture that a student drew of him and his two dads because it was too controversial. And I was like, I want to look into that and find out about that. And then also, like, we need, again, like I said earlier, we need to celebrate all the diversity in our community. And so for Pride Month, please invite me to your elementary schools to do art projects for Pride Month, because I think that would be amazing. And you could draw your families. You could also draw my family. That would be amazing. I also went to Goal 1 meetings. I'm really excited to where that is going. Upcoming stuff, so that was passed. I did a lot. Upcoming, I'm going to the Kent Ridge show, that musical. I'm excited. Hopefully it's going to be this Saturday. More Goal 1 meetings. So I'm going to say something, and I'm hoping that, because I always want to be very communicative. So candidate filing is May 15th through the 19th. And I'm going to put out there that I applied for a program, because I always talk about CTE, because I love CTE, I teach CTE. And I have my administrator degree, which I don't know if a lot of people know that, but I also did my principal program. And so I have that. And so one of the things that's kind of my dream is to be a CTE director. So I applied for a program so I can do my CTE program and internship next school year. So that would start in July, if I get accepted. So as of this moment, I don't know if I got into the program. I'm supposed to find out soon. If I get into the program, I'm going to publicly say I'm not going to run for office, so my term will end in December. If I don't get into the program, then my goal is to probably, we'll see, probably run for office for my position again. So I want to kind of put that out there just so if people, I think I'm in District 1, have any candidates or ideas. And even if you do run, like a Democratic election is great, competition's amazing. So I want to put that out for the public to know and for my colleagues who already said and already told the superintendent. Because for me, we don't stop learning. I've been teaching for 21 years. I love students. I'm teaching half-time this year because I'm doing the IB coordination, and I'm doing that again next year. So for me, lifelong learning is always important. We don't ever stop learning. Educators shouldn't stop learning. We should continue learning. And even as school board directors, we should be continuing lifelong learning. Because to me, it's really important to do that. And racial social justice work is always important. I'm always going to advocate for that because I think it's really important that we as a board continue to do the work that we're doing to advocate for all of our students that live in our district because that's what we need to be doing. And I want to thank my colleagues for electing me president. I'm hesitant, but I'm excited. I'm hoping to continue the good work that we're doing as we move forward. And so thank you to my colleagues and thank you to everyone else. And that concludes my board report.
Director Margell.
I'd like to address a couple different things. First, I know that we had an ask to the community to give us time to be able to do more things as a collective action. And I know that we have come out with statements and we have done some action as for DE&I within and kind of furthering our learning and being lifelong learners. And what I have heard from this board and is encouraging is that all of us agree that this is a beginning of a path and that we will continue the actions. It's not something you can check off a list and be done with and say, okay, great, we did it. And so if that is what our community is asking for, I think they're asking for the wrong thing. So the action is that we continue to learn and get better and grow and have these conversations and learnings, sometimes uncomfortable, hopefully expansive of what we've experienced, and that we continue to see action as being the most operative word of collective action. I also had the opportunity to be at the Kent City Council. It was great to see that. I'm excited for the work that's happening on Goal 3. And kind of to Director Benno talking about things that he's doing through my work in credit unions. I'm proud to say that I had the opportunity to do a retreat about kind of the community of credit unions, which has a stated DE&I kind of tenant, I would say, as one of the 8 tenets of being a credit union, is specifically around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we had the opportunity to have a retreat about that. And while, yes, it was kind of in my world of credit union land, you can't compartmentalize that. And so it really expands to everything that we're doing. And I was excited to be part of that work a couple weekends ago. I also wanted to do one more shout out for Volunteer Week. I kind of just became overcome when I was talking about it and giving the proclamation, just thinking about how much I've appreciated being part of our schools and volunteering, and just so thankful of all the people that have done that for my kids and for our community as a whole. A big part of that is our PTAs, and I think they came out in force when you saw the gift donations that we got and what they're doing every day for our kids, big and small, whether they make the big donor list or just providing extra pencils for a classroom that needs them or whatever it is. I just am so thankful for the volunteers that we have and our PTAs. One more shout out, thank you for the middle school meetings. I think that our superintendent spoke about those. I have a middle schooler next year, and while he was pretty quiet, you know, we each kind of take our information in different ways. I know he is incredibly excited, and I think it was just nice how welcoming the school was to having all of the new students next year. And then just one more shout out for Director Benno talked about it. Head Over Heels is opening tonight. I'm sad to miss opening night, but I will be at 5 of the 10 shows over the next 2 weeks. So, and I hope to see a lot of other people there too. It is a fantastic show put on by a great director and group of students, and how can you not love the music of the Go-Go's? So please join and participate in that. So thank you.
Okay. Director Hamada.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Vice President Farah for holding down the fort here in our interim before we had this vote tonight. And that concludes my report.
And I have no report. 9:24, we adjourn.